Good evening. Welcome back. We're going to continue the meeting from the point where we were last night with our public comments. And our last public comment speaker, Jordan, was Bobby Walton? So Bobby Walton, if you could come forward. That's Ann Figueroa. I'm sorry.
Bobby Walton
Bobby Walton.
Has a medical issue.
Then I
cleared it
believe
with
the
Jordan.
document was sent to Jordan so he could read it for us.
I didn't know he got it. I did clarify with him. He said I could read it, so
Thank you very
I'm
much.
responding to what he told me earlier before the meeting. So,
Do you have the document? Okay. So our next speaker. Okay. We'll wait for him to get back. While we're waiting for the reading of the letters, I will read the Board Policy 1640, Public Participation. Regular and special meetings of the board are open to the public. Citizens may address the board on those matters within its jurisdiction. Communication from the public shall come under communications or comments from the public in the order of business. As the board is primarily concerned with policy matters, citizens shall be urged to discuss operational issues with the college president prior to the meeting. Complaints about individuals or college programs shall be presented to the board in writing. The complaint shall be referred to the president for investigation and reported back to the Board of Trustees. The board may receive to execute executive session to hear complaints if deemed advisable. The board chairperson shall invite the public to address the board. All citizens who wish to address the board or who wish to communicate with the board in writing shall identify themselves and or the group they represent, if any. They must also state the reason for addressing the board. Citizens addressing the board shall be limited to 5 minutes in making their remarks unless the time is increased or decreased by consent of the board. A brief supporting the remarks made by the citizen may be submitted to the board for its consideration. The board may limit the number of persons wishing to address the board on the same subject to 3. Students, faculty, and staff should follow the chain of command and exhaust all steps within the administration before making comments to the board. All comments should be limited to policy matters. The board chairperson may ask the college president to respond. After the president's respond, there shall be no further discussion on the item at that meeting. If a response is not possible at the meeting, a written response shall be given to the individual as soon as possible, and an appropriate report to the response will be made to the board. Jordan? Bobby is not here today, so if you have her letter, please read it.
So since Bobby's not here, I believe Ann Figueroa was going to read it on her behalf?
No, you can read it.
Okay. There's no, I don't have anything. She made the comments in public, or in
You
person.
don't have anything? That's unfortunate. Consent to the board. Would you like to have Ann Figueroa read the document?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Why don't you come down and read it?
This board has been making decisions that don't make sense unless decisions lead to a common goal. I believe I have found that goal. I'm confronting you with my conclusions as to that goal. You may prove me wrong if you can. Your chair wants a job, a paying job. He's done everything he can to carry out his plans and shenanigans outside of public view because he is inept. The evidence of all this is very clear and provable. The beginning was when your chair pushed himself into the position of chair and then led to a campaign to fire the board attorney. His efforts to hire his own attorney for this job were finally rewarded. Now, as we have a board attorney serving his master, he is being used to cover behind-the-scenes collusion and serve as a conduit between the colluders. From January through August, your board attorney has been paid $57,000. Not bad for a part-time job. Next, your chair led a campaign to bully the college president into resigning rather than agreeing to remaining at Mott. This cost the college $300,000 in a settlement, and we lost a highly qualified president. All of this was managed by your board attorney, who advised the chair at each step. I have reviewed the expenditures made by this board since Everman made chair. The total for the board budget, January 2023 through August 2024, is $130,909. This includes a payment of $51,000 to Dr. Bevery and a contract settlement. I am not sure if this was part of the payment of the $300,000 or not. So we have a total expenditure of $188,123 spent since January 2023, when Everman took the chair. We watched the charade to hire an interim president to meet your chair's needs, someone to do his bidding. She is clearly unqualified and is paid nearly $250,000 a year with a generous expense account, all done under the advice and guidance of your chair's personal attorney, who we all pay. This leads us to where we are. The excuse given by the chair to explain why this board, his board, chose not to hire a search firm was to help find a president for Mott College was the expense. This expense was never discussed in public nor revealed at a public meeting. In fact, the expense was given by Trustee Swanson as the reason he would vote for a search to be done in-house through the ad hoc committee. The actual expense was never discussed. Everman and his crew pretended they didn't know what a search firm would cost. Lies. Why would someone who purports to care so much about the college choose to put an unqualified person in the president's office? Why go to the expense of pushing a highly qualified president out of office? Why push a qualified board attorney out of service to hire your own attorney to continue to serve you at the expense of the rest of us, unless it's to meet another need? I believe the need is this. Your chair needs a job where he can continue to shape Mott College to meet his needs. It is not to meet the needs of the community, students, staff, or the faculty. He wants to work out in the gym whenever he feels like it. When the board, under the current leadership, voted to give the interim president authority to hire and fire, it began to be clear. Your chair needs a job. He is preparing to be hired when he loses the election. Prove me wrong. Bobby Walton.
Thank you very much indeed. Do we have any other comments this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is the last comment from the, submitted from the 9/23 meeting that was canceled. And it was from Paula Weston on the subject of Mott Board of Trustees plan for the college. If Paula's here.
Yeah, can I just do for today's later public comments, or are we doing them all right now?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Are we doing public comments for tonight's meeting too, or are we just doing the comments from the last?
From the 9/23 meeting that was submitted, those comments, and then the comments for today. So if you'd like to do both comments.
Just tonight's, please. Not that one.
Well, this one is, just says you'll make your comments in public, or in person. I have nothing for this. That's from 9/23.
Okay, so my question is, is there a difference?
If you submitted comments on 10/7 for the 10/7 meeting, then yes, those will be read.
Okay, but will you say those in person, or
Yes, you can say that in person if you like, yes.
now or later is what I'm asking?
You're up next, so that's why I was asking. Sorry if that was confusing.
No, that's all right. It's confusing. Hi there. Hello, everyone. Got comments? My name is Paula Weston. I'm an English professor here at Mott Community College. And I need my reading glasses or I'm not going to be able to say anything. I'd like to address the board tonight. My comments are directly to you. I'll get right to the point. It's good to see that at least giving lip service to the C.S. Mott Foundation's offer to pay for a search firm for the position of president. It is disturbing, though, that the offer wasn't considered until it was brought to the public light by MCCEA President Kim Owens at the last ad hoc committee meeting, and disturbing, if true, that Chair Andy Everman voted against considering the offer. As you proceed with what appears to be a search for Mott's next regular president, I urge you to meet some of the bare minimum requirements that any college president should possess. Any candidate you consider should be a subject matter expert in higher education. There should be no one considered without that expertise, and there should be no on-the-job training for the position of Mott Community College president. Candidates should have, at minimum, a PhD, but should at least then, if not that, have a master's degree in a field related to higher education. Candidates should have higher education teaching experience, preferably at a community college. Candidates should have higher education administrative experience before being considered. And they should have previous extensive knowledge of the accreditation process. Additionally, the board should broaden the search to beyond Michigan's borders, should include Mott students, staff, and faculty, as well as members of the community on the interview committee, and should extend the deadline to at least 6 months to ensure that the process is thorough and transparent. I'm not optimistic that the board is going to do any of this, even though you've been urged to do so repeatedly by Mott faculty, administration, and staff who are, in fact, subject matter experts in higher education. There is still time to do the right thing here, to regain public trust and to act in ways that benefit Mott Community College and all of its stakeholders. Up until this point, though, 5 members of this board have acted to advance a plan for Mott Community College that they have not bothered to share with the public, although I got a little bit of a taste of that in a mailer I got yesterday, telling me that, I don't know, that leftist professors and administrators would be targeted to be forced to resign. That was interesting. But what you're doing is not public service, and this has nothing to do to benefit Mott Community College, the processes that you're doing right now. For reasons that I do not understand, this board has come to believe that it is all by itself Mott Community College, and in that regard, this board is gravely mistaken. The process of replacing Dr. Beverly Walker Graffia has been a sham from the start. This board has gone through the motions of a search in an attempt to appear to be working ethically and legally, and in an attempt to escape culpability when all of this eventually comes crashing down, which it will. Without a transparent, diligent, and ethical search for Mott's next president, Mott Community College will suffer. At the board's last regular meeting, both Ms. Richardson-Snell and Mr. Everman displayed galling hubris when they appeared to take credit for Mott's current good standing and dismissed legitimate concerns voiced by the public. Let me set that record straight. All is well right now at Mott because of the years of hard work that faculty, staff, and administrators have put in to comply with the Higher Learning Commission's directives and because of Dr. Walker Graffia's previous leadership. All is well at Mott right now because of the work that administrators have done to steer us through a water crisis, through COVID, and through 20 months of this board's tenure. And all is well at Mott right now because previous board, thank you, gentlemen, listened to higher education subject matter experts here at Mott, again, the faculty, staff, and administrators, and trusted us to do our jobs that we've been doing well for years and years and years. Mott's good standing has nothing to do with this board or this interim president. But when our accreditation is threatened and our credit rating will be impacted in the future, then this board may take the credit for that. Do the right thing while you have time to do the right thing. You will escape neither judgment nor responsibility for what you're trying to do to Mott. And we will not let Genesee County's anchor institution fail. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Jordan, do we have any other comments this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Kim Owens, Flint, on the topic of presidential search. Kim Owens, on the topic of the presidential search.
Well, shoot, I don't want to follow that. That was good, Paula.
Please direct your comments to the board. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, board. I'm here again to beg and ask and plead that you do the right thing. I can't really make it any more elegant than Paula did, so I will just say, nothing against you personally, but we need someone with experience, higher education experience. We need someone who has had teaching experience. We need someone who is familiar with the accreditation process. We need someone who has higher education experience for this position. We are an anchor institution in this community, and while I think we can keep it afloat for a while, we need someone steering the ship who knows what they're doing. That's all.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments this evening?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment has been submitted by Julie Steffi of Fenton on the topic of board conduct.
Good evening. I have taught English at Mott for 35 years. I am a local taxpayer with past and current experience serving on boards in our community. In my time at Mott, we have had 3 college presidents, maybe 3 interim presidents, and a variety of trustees on the board. I watched our last 2 presidents, Dr. Shank and Dr. Walker Graffia, work with effective boards to transform the college into a student success-centered, financially stable, award-winning educational institution that respects staff, students, and faculty. I tell everyone that Mott is a wonderful place to work and learn, and appreciate that I have spent most of my adult life surrounded by dedicated faculty, administrative, and staff colleagues who share my mission of service to the community. Now, however, Mott Community College appears to be under assault from its own board members. It is not unusual to hear public outcry when boards are faced with controversial decisions. But this board is creating unnecessary controversy by acting repeatedly without common sense. Common sense says that the time for public comment at board meetings must be held as published prior to board decision-making, rather than after, as happened in almost the last 3 regular board meetings. Changing meeting agendas to dismiss public comment suggests an authoritarian lack of respect for constituents. Common sense says that board members should come to board meetings having done their homework, so that staff members who've spent weeks, if not months, preparing the work of the college aren't dismissed and disrespected, and project timelines aren't upended. Common sense says that board discussion should take place at public meetings rather than behind closed doors ahead of time, as was clearly the case in last month's decision to give responsibility for the presidential search process to an inexperienced, homogeneous, ad hoc board committee rather than a respected presidential search firm. Audience members saw that board members had not even read the search firm's proposals, including their fees, yet one board member came with a prepared and detailed list of what the ad hoc committee would do. Common sense says that the board meeting times, including ad hoc committee meeting times and locations, should not become a hide-and-seek experience for members of the public. Common sense says when you need to hire an interim president, you look for someone with applicable experience in higher education. And if such a person exists on campus who has earned the trust and respect of all constituents already, that is whom you hire. Common sense says that when you hire an inexperienced person to serve as an interim president, you do not give that person absolute freedom to hire and fire at will, unsettling a staff already dealing with turmoil. Common sense says that when you plan the hiring process for the next president, you take advantage of wisdom gained through previous presidential searches, rather than establishing an accelerated timeline guaranteed to prevent the thorough, thoughtful, collaborative process our community expects and deserves. And common sense says, when searching for a community college president, the minimum requirements must include a master's degree or doctorate from an accredited institution, teaching experience, preferably at a community college or university, higher education administrative experience, and familiarity with the accreditation process. This board has created a divisive us versus them environment, including threats to college employees and students from Wendy Walcott's son in the audience, when all we, the employees, students, and community members, are asking you to do is just have some common sense. Nothing we are asking you to do or consider is controversial, partisan, or intellectually challenging. Please come to your senses now and hire a presidential search firm. This is your most important job as board members. We need to get this college back on track and restore the public's trust in MCC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment has been submitted by Sue Larson of Fenton on the topic of minimum qualifications for president of MCC. When writing the next job description for the search for president of MCC, the candidates to be considered should have a minimum of the following qualifications: a master's degree from an accredited institution, doctorate preferred, teaching experience, preferably at a community college or university, higher education, administrative experience, and familiarity with the accreditation process.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment's been submitted by Terry Labadie of Fenton, Michigan on the topic of MCC presidential candidate qualifications. If Terry's here, seeing that they're not, I will read the comment. In the search for president of MCC, the candidate should have at least the following qualifications: a master's degree from an accredited institution, but a doctorate is preferable. teaching experience at a community college or university, higher education administrative experience, familiarity with the accreditation process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Next comment has been submitted by Carrie Devon from MCC, and I believe the topic is presidential search process.
Okay. Thank you. You would be correct. The topic of discussion today is the presidential search. So, to be honest, this Board of Trustees is simply exhausting. I'm confident this is a part of your plan, but we will continue to fight for what is right. In my 9 years of working at Mott, these last 2 years with this Board of Trustees has been nothing short of disappointing, dysfunctional, and utterly unprofessional. But I realize that none of these issues matter to any of you, well, with the exception of Trustee Freeman and Trustee Reyes. Thank you. Because if the others did care, we wouldn't be in this position. You would listen to us. You would behave with integrity, morals, ethics. Your not so hidden agenda would be non-existent. As a matter of fact, I never came to a Board of Trustee meeting prior to this current board. I imagine that most of us had not before this current group of trustees has been in place. Why not, one might ask? Well, that's a really good question. It's because we never had to. We trusted the Board of Trustees who were behaving with civility, integrity, and with the best interest of our students at hand. And we knew we were in good hands with our former qualified and honest president. My public comment is about the minimum qualifications the next president should have. These should include a master's degree from an accredited institution, but a doctorate is preferred. I'm sorry, I do have to say this one thing. 8 years of college does not qualify someone to be the president of a college. Teaching experience, preferably at a community college or a university. Higher education administrative experience, familiarity with the accreditation process. The search should not be limited to the state of Michigan. The real question is, why are you trying to rush the process? What are you trying to hide? Perhaps Bobby Walton is onto something, Andy. It's really very simple. Take the time, hire a proper search committee, and go through the process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, I believe the next comment's been submitted by Lisa Novak on the presidential search process, and I believe Carrie's going to be speaking on her behalf. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So,
Board,
this is ridiculous.
do we have a consensus that we will allow her? Go ahead.
Oy vey. Okay. After viewing the postcards that came out this weekend, which were quite disturbing, I have to say that I am very disturbed by this. I consider myself a voter and a person with conservative values, and she really is. Education should never be left or right when it comes to politics. I'm saddened that this board has made that an issue. We operate for students. It's not political, nor should it be. Publicly calling out a chairman's response to another board member is unethical and inappropriate. Even if I disagree with Chair Everman's behavior, you should be ashamed to associate yourself with this mailing. Also, laws were violated without the statement showing who paid for this mailing. I will review the mailing shortly. How is this appropriate? Should MCC be setting this example for our students learning from us? Each of you who are a part of this should make a public statement to apologize for your gross negligence. Seeing in writing that you intend to sideswipe the system and vote in the interim president is absolutely disturbing. She does not have the qualifications to run this college. We all know it. Again, where is the process and involvement of the college staff, faculty, the community, the students, to make an informed decision on what is best for the college? With all due respect, with all due respect, Ms. Richardson Snell, you lack the degree and the experience to effectively make decisions for our students. You have no familiarity with the accreditation and no experience with teaching or writing curriculum. Please make this right and do something to save Mott Community College from destruction. In the almost 18 years that I have worked here, I have never seen such gross negligent and unethical behavior. You have a responsibility to the voters to correct this and make it right. Please do the right thing. And then I was asked to share some of what was written on that horrible postcard. Don't let yourself be ruled by fear. These are bullet points that I'm going to read right now. End woke diversity regime at Mott Community College. Force resignation of radical left faculty and administration. Oppose foreign push for Genesee County megasite. Replace the current, this is interesting. Replace the current chair, Andy Everman, for disparaging comments about Wendy Wolcott. Hire current interim president full-time. Now this is really interesting because we don't know who paid for this, but at the bottom of it, it says WWG1 WGA explanation point. Myself and many others took the liberty to look those little symbols up. And ironically enough, it's QAnon. I think that's how it's pronounced. So, and on the flip side of this postcard, it says, Dear MAGA voter, for years, Genesee County has been ruled by the Democrat elite. Help us preserve the MAGA majority on the MCC Board of Trustees. Elect a slate of patriots that will put our country first. And then it states, as a nonpartisan race, sharing the support of this slate will make a tremendous difference. Where we go one, we go all. This is quite disturbing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment that was submitted on 10/7 was from Dr. Michelle Dunham on the topic of the presidential search. If Michelle is here, would she like to give her comments in person? Otherwise, I will read the comment that she submitted yesterday. Seeing that she's not, I will go ahead and read it. I am a 20-year Mott faculty member, and I'm asking the Board of Trustees to reconsider its plan for a streamlined, narrow presidential search. This plan violates all norms of academic leadership, hiring with an extraordinarily short timeline, no engagement of a reputable academic executive search firm, and a baseless Michigan residency requirement. No college hires leaders this way. Mott is currently looking to hire a new full-time faculty member in English, and we are giving greater time and care to that national search for one faculty member that you have been to hiring a college president. Please take the time to conduct a thorough national search with the assistance of a reputable academic executive search firm. While trustees have made excuses that doing so is too expensive, they have not provided the public with any evidence that the college cannot afford this kind of investment in its future. And surely now, with the C.S. Mott Foundation willing to foot the bill, surely now we can put this excuse aside. Let's keep in mind that the long-term cost to the college of a bad presidential hiring decision could be enormous in terms of the college's ability to recruit and retain other employees and students. Think about this. If you were a doctor fresh out of medical school and looking for a job, would you even apply to a hospital that took a let's hurry up and do this approach to hiring its CEO, one whose trustees are on the public record for cutting corners and lowering professional standards? I wouldn't. I would fear that the slapdash approach of the trustees would trickle down and make the entire hospital dysfunctional, dangerous even, and not a place where I could learn from the best and grow as a professional. Or what if your child needs life-changing medical care and you had a choice about where to take them? Would you willingly go to the hospital publicly, known for hiring personnel quickly without following any of the normal processes or checking work history, without adhering to the normal minimum standards for expertise and experience? Or would you take your child to the hospital that actually adhered to industry standard hiring practices? I would choose the hospital that followed industry standards, even if it was a little farther from my house, and I would make a similar choice about my child's education. As a bare minimum, the next president of the Mott Community College should have a master's degree, preferably a doctorate from an accredited institution, teaching experience, preferably at a community college or university, higher education, administrative experience, familiarity with the accreditation process. The search should be a national in scope with the thorough vetting assistance of a reputable executive search firm. Adherence to the higher education industry standards is a critical investment in the future of Mott Community College. If you want to support student success at Mott, we need top-notch faculty and top-notch academic leadership who have the experience and expertise to hit the ground running. We need the absolute best human infrastructure. Please slow down and take your time to do right by this community.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Next comment was submitted by Philip Knoll.
I'm sorry, hold on just a minute.
Next comment was submitted by Philip Knoll of Brighton, Michigan, on the topic of the presidential search and board functioning in general. If he's here, he can read his comment, otherwise I will read it. Seeing that he's not. The decisions made by this board and the lack of transparency with the public are perplexing and beyond frustrating. I'm wondering how you have convinced yourselves that you're working with the best interest of the college, students, and community in mind. Keep moving meeting dates. Vote to move public comments until after you've met in closed session and already made decisions. Fire the board attorney and install your personal attorney with a suspicious candidate hiring process. Fire a competent president after 10 years of successfully leading MCC through an enrollment crisis, water crisis, and pandemic. Change the job requirements to hire an interim president who is not fit for the job. Reject hiring an outside search firm for a president and limit the search to the mitten. Any one of these issues is a red flag. In totality, your stewardship has been either incompetent or purposefully malevolent, and your service for the college needs to end. Not that these concerns will reach theological minds on this board, but I'll state that the requirements for the MCC president position should absolutely include the following: a master's degree from an accredited institution, but a doctorate preferred, teaching experience, preferably at a Mott Community College or at a community college or university, higher education, administrative experience, familiarity with an accreditation process.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Glenn Harris of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of item 2.45, discussion of permanent presidential search process. If Glenn is here, we'd like to read his comments. Seeing that he's not, I will. I'm sorry that I cannot be present for tonight's meeting. including the ongoing consideration of the presidential search process. I trust that the board will do the right thing, not the short-sighted or hurried or very limited thing, but the right thing. I trust that you'll put this critically important work in the hands of professional experienced at the job of executive search. And I trust that you'll make clear that we need a president with successful community college leadership experience, including a record of leading efforts that improve student success, a record of successful work in the accreditation process, and a record that includes both teaching and administrative experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment's been submitted by Mark Hopkins of Tulane Drive on the topic of hiring your next leader. If Mark is here, seeing that he's not, I will read his comment. I'm writing this letter in hopes of instilling trepidation with hiring a college president that has no experience in leadership of a college or university. I'm a faculty member of Oakland Community College for 24 years. I've experienced several college presidents. Our worst college president by far was the one who had no experience in leadership on the college level. This individual was a leader in corporate America, and I believe that this hiring committee thought our college would benefit from someone who ran a major corporation. But that model didn't work. Once he was hired, he insulated himself with layers and layers of vice presidents. We went from 3 vice presidents to 11 in 3 years. He created initiatives and programs that were extremely expensive and poorly executed. During his tenure, the HLC revoked our online accreditation. By the end, there was a vote of no confidence by the faculty, and soon after, he was fired by the board. I encourage you not to make the same mistake.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment was submitted by Jennifer Dorr of Hazlitt on the topic of presidential search. If Jennifer is here, would you like to come up? Seeing that she is not, we'll move on to the next one. Next comment has been submitted by Colleen Reinhardt of Flushing, Michigan on the topic of the search process for president. Is Colleen here? Seeing that she is not, I will read her comment. To hell with best practices, a brief reminder for the board form Merriam-Webster best practice, a procedure that has been shown by research and experience to produce optimal results and that is established or proposed as a standard suitable for widespread adoption. I have yet to see the board execute best practices in their decisions in general, but in the week's episodes of What the Hell, the board has changed the job description and removed some key language that I consider imperative regarding minimum qualifications. Let me stress that the minimum qualifications for president should include a master's degree from an accredited institution, but a doctor preferred, teaching experience, preferably at a community college or university, higher education, administrative experience, familiarity with the accreditation process. Allowing the CM Foundation to pay for a search firm who specializes in executive searches to find top candidates in senior level roles would be no doubt considered best practice and is my recommendation to the board in its search for the next president of Mott Community College.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair. The next comment's been submitted by Jenna Martin of Davison, Michigan on the topic to introduce myself as a candidate. You come up here.
Hello. I am Jenna Rose Martin, running for the board position. And I am from Oak Road in Richfield Township. My higher educational career began at Mott Community College in the summer after 8th grade. And after that, I went to Western and obtained my bachelor's in aviation administration and continued my education obtaining a master's in social work from Oakland University. And I am currently a limited licensed social worker. And I'm doing outpatient therapy. But as a social worker, I'm trained in diversity, equality, and inclusion. And I believe that my certification in DEI will enhance my position on the board to make sure everyone is lifted up and nobody is excluded. My heart has always been in education. I want to advocate for everyone to have access to a quality education by an accredited institution and to fight for the paying students who deserve a quality education. Mott is a starting point. As I mentioned before, that's where I started my, higher education career. And it really kind of set the tone. And it's where it starts for a lot of students. But it's also, a place where students come to even just get, an associate degree to better their lives. So I've always had a passion for helping people. I was Miss Davison Court 2011. I became a certified firefighter from the Genesee County Fire Academy while I was in high school. And I also became a substitute teacher, so I've also been in the classroom. I am for the students. I'm nonpartisan. I have different views, even from, people in my household. So where, to give an example, my mom is pro-choice, or actually pro-life. I'm pro-choice. They say even during Thanksgiving dinner, people kind of dread the disagreements about politics. Families don't always agree on politics all the time because everybody's entitled to their own opinion. And I just kind of wanted to share from some of the comments that I've been reading about myself that people think that I kind of have the same views as my mom, but I don't. And I'm a third generation Mott Bear. Both of my parents and my brother and I have attended Mott Community College, so we're pretty, sold on being a Mott Bear. And my Nana valued education, paving the way for my passion in education. Due to that passion, I fought for my education. It was not handed to me. I had the privilege to attend Mott Community College and the universities I have obtained degrees from, and I want to fight for every student to have access to the privilege that I received, because I'm aware that not everybody gets that opportunity, and it's a wonderful opportunity that I'm honored to have myself. And speaking about more things that people were kind of talking about me, you want to talk about plants and stacking local boards. I'm proud to say that, again, I'm not endorsed nor in communication or funded by the Genesee Republican Party, the Genesee County Democrat Party, UAW, or MAGA cult. So just to kind of give you an insight on me, I really believe that that should stay out of the, the board, but also out of the classroom. I take pride in the fact that, I really try to make the decision based on the student and all of the students as a whole, not necessarily a party. So on top of that, before anybody assumes about somebody, before they even really know them, we should all respect each other. I really feel like I'm bringing a fresh and different perspective than those currently on the board because I am a lot younger. And I do have that master's degree in social work. It's not new to me. This has really been a plan in the making for 12 years. My dad ran for office. My mom was elected into office. But as you probably noticed, I've never ran for office. This is my first running. I finally feel as though I have the qualifications to be on, a college board, specifically the Mott Community College Board. I just graduated in May with my master's degree in social work, and I'm just really excited to kind of serve on this board to fight for the quality education everybody deserves. Thank you for allowing me to come and introduce myself, and I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next comment's been submitted by Philip Greenfield on the topic of item 2.43. Is Philip here? Let's see.
I wanted to speak on the proposal to create an invocation or to allow an invocation at the beginning of board meetings. In all of my experiences, every time that ever is brought up, it's always a Christian prayer, and that's it. I personally have no problem with people expressing their faith. I have no problem with people praying before a meeting, just so long as it's not imposed on everybody in that meeting. I also found it interesting that the first day for our president, she quoted the Lord's Prayer right after the Pledge of Allegiance. I found it interesting that she quoted only the parts in Matthew that related to what she wanted to say. I would like to read the rest of that. She started at verse 9 of chapter 6 of the book of Matthew. I'm going to start at verse 5. When thou prayest, thou shalt not be as the hypocrites are, for they love to pray standing in the synagogues and in the corners of the streets, that they may be seen of men. Verily I say unto you, that they have their reward. But thou, when thou prayest, enter into thy closet, and when thou hast shut thy door, pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which is in secret shall reward thee openly. When you pray, do not use vain repetitions as the heathens do, for they think that they shall be heard for their much speaking. Be not ye therefore like unto them, for your Father knoweth what things ye have need of before ye ask him. And that's where the rest of that part begins.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the next, well, that was for Bobby Walton, and that already took place. The next one's been submitted by Alana Ferguson from Grand Blanc on the topic of presidential search. Is Alana present to give her comments? All right, I will read her comments. Hello, board members. My name is Alana Ferguson. I am current faculty member, proud MCC alumni, lifelong Genesee County resident, and mother that anticipates my children will attend MCC. I am writing to urge you to raise the standards and broaden the scope in the presidential search. I've been a faculty member at MCC for 16 years. In my opinion, the prior presidents have done a phenomenal job in running our great college. Please do not lower the standards. I have not and will not lower my standards in teaching my students, and I would expect the same from this board. Our community counts on the college to maintain standards and accreditation. This board is our tone at the top and will be hiring the key individual that will set the tone for us, our students, and community. Please keep the standards high and give us a leader who understands education. This leader should have a master's or doctorate degree and be someone with experience in education. Side note, being a college student is not experience in education, just as being a patient does not make me a doctor. Our students, faculty, employees, and community expect that the community college president is someone who has taught or administered in higher education. This is not an entry-level position or train as you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Next comment has been submitted by Patrick Hayes of Flint, Michigan on the topic of presidential search. Is Patrick here to give his comments? I will read his comments. After the Mott Community College Board of Trustees appointed Shonda Richardson Snell to the interim president position on July 11th, Trustee Jeff Swanson said he thought she was the best candidate because he would like to see the college run more like a business. This board has spent recklessly, including on a 6-figure severance paid to the previous president, on a clumsy process to fire and replace the board's previous legal counsel, on an expensive external search for an interim president right before engaging in another search for the permanent president role, and on a yet-to-be publicly explained role for Diane Cotter as an apparent staff member for the board secretary, among other expenditures. In a meeting on September 13th, Trustee Swanson and Chair Everman both arrived for the meeting clearly unprepared, both admitting that they hadn't reviewed their packets that included proposals from executive search firms specializing in higher ed. Both said they didn't even know the cost figures were included in the packets until a staff member from the college corrected them. Chair Everman referred to the public as the peanut gallery in the same meeting, not the first time he has used insulting language to refer to Mott stakeholders. The board is often run chaotically, often appears confused about its own voting and support processes and motions, and consistently provides no explanation or justification for its controversial decisions. This represents just a small sampling of the toxic environment this board has created at the college. None of these things are reflective of Trustee Swanson's stated desire to run the college like a business, unless the goal is for the college to become a failed business. Higher education is complex. It is even more complex in a community like Genesee County, at a college that serves students of widely diverse ages and racial, religious, and economic backgrounds. It needs the expertise of a search firm that specializes in finding exceptional candidates who understand the needs of modern students, relying on 3 retired white men who also have no higher education experience from this board to oversee the search, when they have already shown over the past 2 years an inability to make decisions with the best interest of the college in mind. It is a mistake, it is bad business, and it will negatively impact Mott and its future. For the good of Mott Community College and its current and future students, this board needs to reconsider its process, give the search the time and resources it deserves, and provide true transparency to the public.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have another comment.
Wait just a moment.
Next comment has been submitted by Kayliana Merlin, MCC student from Davison, Michigan, on the topic of current board and interim president. Is Kayliana here? Seeing that she is not, I'll read her comment. I'm appalled and disgusted by the board's decision to hire an interim president who clearly lacks the qualifications for this role. The fact that you'd argue decade-old university experience and a career in finance somehow make her fit to serve as president of Mott Community College, especially at that salary, is not only reckless but insulting to our intelligence. It's clear the decision wasn't made with the best interest of the students, staff, or community in mind, but rather to serve some personal or political agenda. Knowing how to maximize profits in an auto manufacturing company has nothing to do with running a college, fostering academic growth, or ensuring accreditation standards are met. This move shows a complete disregard for what's necessary to lead a higher education institution. The board's actions makes it pretty obvious that you weren't really interested in doing your job properly. You lowered the educational requirements for the role months prior to selecting Richardson, rushed through the process with barely any real deliberation and zero transparency, refused to follow the standard process by utilizing an external firm, and expect us to believe you choose the best candidate. If this board is unwilling to take the time to do their job, listen to stakeholder opinions, and find a president with actual higher education experience, then you should all step down, or frankly, you should be recalled. Not to mention the absurdity of giving her the power to fire executive board members. That's not only a bad decision, but seems like a veiled threat to anyone who might challenge her authority. Why should a temporary president have the level of unchecked power? It gives the impression that you're setting her up to be more than just interim president, and we see it. With the amount of outrage and dissent this decision has caused, it's obvious you're acting out of self-interest with no regard for the college's reputation or future. If you can't put the college and community first, then it's time to let people who actually care about this institution take over.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
We have one more comment that's been submitted by Percy Whitmore of Flint, Michigan, on the topic of the future of Mott Community College.
Good evening, board. I am coming here, I'm Percy Whitmore, and I'm coming to this board and also within the community. I'm a proud Mott Community College alumni, and I'm here to focus on one word, which is community. Hearing a lot of things. I was just at Mott Community College speaking with the class last week on Saturday, and I was hearing a lot of concerns pertaining to accessibility, transparency, and just being able to be adaptable to what the student needs. I'm here quite simply. I'm also, yet again, from the city of Flint. I've kind of yet to hear the city of Flint. I know my community college covers a lot within Genesee County, but I believe there's a reason why it's in the city of Flint and it's necessarily in the heart of Flint. And I'm proud to represent that. When it comes to that, I want us to be aware of what's actually going on in our city. As far as there's a lot of individuals who are not able to, they're dropping out of high school. Not a lot of individuals are overcoming and having barriers to get involved and engaged. To what Mott Community College, yet again, here's that word again, community, Mott Community College, yet again, what it means to Flint residents. Mott Community College means so much to us. And we have to be able to make sure that we are holding true to transparency, that we're holding through to Open Meetings Act, Robert's rules, that we're delegating and we're moving the way that Mott, here's that word again, community college should be navigated. Yet again, I stand here as Percy Whitmore. Yet again, I am running for the board. And I take pride for myself being a homegrown individual. I've grown up in Flint, been raised in the Flint school system. I understand the culture and the demographic, all right? I understand that people can come from different areas, but you can't research an area. You need to be groomed in this area. And when it comes to that, as far as my final comments, let's really look towards understanding, here goes that word again, the community, because that's who we need to be talking about. That's who we need to be interacting with. The Mott faculty community, the community partners of Mott Community College, and how can we better ourselves so that we don't end up, yet again, like others are saying, talking about our accreditation and also talking about, yet again, the students that attend Mott Community College. They are literally going through a lot. They are going through a lot. I just graduated 5 years ago from Mott Community College. I understand the struggles. It's literally in the heart of the community. So let's understand the minds and the hearts of our students, our faculty, and yet again, what's going on at Mott, here's that word again, community college.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
That concludes public comments for tonight.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I would make a request out of respect for Mr. Ridgway White from the Mott Foundation that item number 2.45 be moved to first on unfinished business. I'm just got back from Italy. I literally dropped my luggage off at home and because I want to be part of the conversation on the permanent presidential search process. So if we could move that, that would be a convenience.
We have an individual that came that's here to make a dedication of a building. Not the building, but they're here for a dedication of funds that they've given for the naming. So we're going to jump things around when this gentleman has also dedicated his time. The agenda is set. It will be fair and it will be quick to go through what the board needs to go through at this point. I'm sorry for the ruling of the chair as we'll keep the agenda as it is.
Well, wait, but that's a decision of the board, isn't it?
Okay.
May I make that motion? Do I have a second?
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Do we have discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote. Mr. Reyes?
Yes.
Trustee Freeman?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Couch?
No.
Trustee Wolcott?
Yes.
And I'll vote no. The motion passes. We'll now have discussion of the thing.
Votes to change the agenda after it's passed by 2/3 of the vote.
Sorry, it did not pass because it did not pass by 2/3 vote. So it did not pass. So the agenda moves on as it is stated. 2.34, Amendment to Board Policy 5008, Board Employment Communications, the second reading. Is there a motion to approve item 2.34?
4 out of 6 is 2/3.
Pardon? I will have our attorney explain this so you fully understand.
The Community College Act requires votes to be by the members elected, the counting of the votes to be by the members elected. That's part of the statute under the Michigan Community College Act. So as it stands, it's always run by the idea that 7 people are here. So another example would be if there was only 5 and you had a vote of 3 to 2 on a matter, that would not pass because, again, it would have to pass by a majority of those elected. So that's, unfortunately, that's the way the Michigan Community College Act is read.
Item 2.34.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
before we go forward, could I ask the President a couple of questions about tonight's items on the agenda?
You would like to ask the president regarding what?
A question about the items on tonight's agenda.
The additions to the agenda were done last night.
I'm not talking
that's
about,
not where
I'm
we're
talking
at.
about what's on the
So
agenda right now.
you want to go over the agenda right now?
No, I want to ask the President a question.
I'm to ask the attorney if this is now appropriate. Is this appropriate?
We're not changing the agenda. You want to allow them to
Okay, it's not changing the agenda, it's simply asking the president a question, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
What items do you have on tonight's agenda that are critical?
Are you referring to the 4 action items?
Yes.
Which one did he ask about? I'm sorry,
All
Jen.
of these are critical for this evening. Approval of the treasurer's report, approval of the local strategic value report that's due on October 15th. Ramp G, design
So-
plan.
2.37 is critical. Is that correct?
Yes. These all,
Just bear with me. 2.38 is critical. Is that correct?
yes.
2.39 is for action. That's critical. Yes?
Correct.
2.40, is that critical?
Yes.
2.41, not for action. That's not critical, is it?
The rest are not for action, so they can all,
There's no vote on those, John.
There's what?
2.41, 2.42, 2.43, and 2.44 are not for action this evening. They are the first reading.
Good. Mr. Chair, I make a motion that items 2.37, 2.38, 2.39, and 2.40 be approved as submitted.
Support.
We have support to put 2.37, 2.38, 2.39, and 2.40 in a consent without discussion on any of these items. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
me-
Yes, Madam President.
So I just want to ensure that if these are about to be approved as one, that we take the opportunity to acknowledge Dr. Rao.
That's fine. That would be appropriate.
Thank you.
Any discussion? Seeing none, a roll call vote. Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Trustee Freeman.
Yes.
Trustee Couch.
Yes.
Trustee
Sure.
Daly votes yes.
I'm sorry. Trustee Walcott.
Yes.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
And myself, yes. So without discussion on any of these items, they have been taken off, but we will now move to 2.40. As a consent agenda, we will now, may have a motion to do all of these.
Motion beforehand.
Pardon?
I have one other motion beforehand.
Okay.
I would request that all other items on the agenda except 2.45 be tabled until the October meeting.
Okay.
Support.
We have support. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
That was me, support.
We don't take supports.
It's
I'm sorry.
it's
It's been
a
complained
second,
that I
Andy.
don't
It's a
follow
support.
Robert's Rules of Order by you. Is it a second or just support?
It's a second. Thank you, Andy. It's a
Okay.
second.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and we have a second. Do we have any discussion? No discussion. Roll call vote. Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Trustee Freeman.
Yes.
Trustee Couch.
No.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Walcott.
Yeah.
And Trustee Everman, no. Do we have enough to pass it? Did not pass. So they are still on the agenda for this evening. So,
Point of order.
I'm sorry, point of order?
Why didn't it pass?
Trustee Daly, it's considered a change to the agenda that was previously approved. Robert's Rules of Order requires a 2/3 vote on a change of the agenda once it's been adopted. That's changing the agenda. What you're asking is that these items are now on the agenda to be discussed. You're asking that these items not be discussed tonight. That would be changing the agenda. So under Robert's Rules of Order, that's considered a change of the agenda, and therefore it requires a 2/3 vote of those elected to serve.
Mr. Chair?
Item 2.34, Amendment to Board Policy 5008, Board Communication. Is there a second for this motion?
Yes, second.
A second.
Mr. Chair.
Motion? Do we have a motion?
There we go.
Pardon?
There hasn't been a motion yet.
Okay, we need a motion and we need a second. Is there a motion to move this forward?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, we have a motion. And do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Okay. Any discussion? Yes, Mr. Reyes?
It's never really been made clear to me why we have to change the policy. And I'd like to hear from somebody who's in the affirmative on that, because I'm undecided at this point.
Okay. Page page 856 of your, okay.
I
and
read
it's
it.
in the red. And I am going to turn this over to the attorney to give the explanation of all of this.
Trustee Reyes, I've been asked consistently since we came on board approximately a little less than a year ago to look into the issue of communications. It has been expressed to me by many board members that they were dissatisfied with the prior communication policy, and I've done research into the others, so I drafted this to allow communication between board members and college employees. I can't give you the explanations as to why those board members wanted the change, but all I can say is that the request was made. I tried to draft this in such a way that if communications were made between the Board of Trustees and college employees, that they would not interfere with the normal lines of communication that exist, nor would they feel intimidated or required in any way to disclose things they were uncomfortable with. I know that it's been expressed to me at many times that the having to constantly go through the college president to obtain information, or even in unplanned conversations that information may be passed to a board member, that they were constantly walking around feeling that they're in violation of board policy and therefore maybe being subject to some sort of ethical violation. So that's the best I can tell you with respect to what I did here. But again, I think the board members themselves, as you indicated, that are in support of it, would probably be better to explain their specific circumstances and why the prior policy was so awkward for them.
Thank you. Wendy, do you have any comment on this?
Sure. This actually happened a couple times. It's not just me. There's other people, but I didn't know about this issue. I thought that we could walk in any building at any time and speak with anybody that we wanted to. I did that twice, and then I ended up getting a phone call saying that that cannot happen and that you have to contact the president and go through her. So we were to never go into a building or speak with any of the employees. I'm not talking about asking questions about, I'm just saying, hi, how are you? How's your family? What's going on? I feel like I can't even do that anywhere, and I don't do it. I'm not the only one, though.
Trustee Daley?
In my opinion, and I would reference something and it was said in the letters that, in a comment in tonight's meeting referred to me that said I had no experience in higher ed. That's not exactly true. First, I'd be willing to talk to anybody about my degree pedigrees, all the way up through PhD, a Fulbright, a postdoc, and being a department head and an associate professor for 4.5 years. I think that one of the things I've learned from that experience that reflects on this is there is no regulation when you talk about communication between the various factions, administration, faculty, staff, board, that you're going to write that's going to cover the entire situation, that you have to rely on the judgment of the people that are involved. And to simply, I found it previously extremely difficult I wanted to set a trip when I first came on the faculty board, or the Board of Trustees. I wanted to make a trip out to Lapeer Extension Campus, because at the time I was working at Lapeer and drove past it every day. To me, that seemed like a simple thing, but it took 1.5 years to get it done, simply because of the fact that the president at that time would not approve it unless I had someone that went with me as I walked through that. And I think that kind of communication structure doesn't build trust. it sets the stage, and you have to put your trust in the people that are involved. You should have a rule that is broad sweeping, like I believe the new one will be better than the old, or the existing rule, the one that's proposed. But we also need to be aware that it is not a substitute for good judgment on the part of the participants.
Any other questions or comments?
Yeah.
Trustee Reyes.
Is it the trustee's belief that his difficulty has been alleviated by this change, or do we still have to communicate?
Say that again, because it got too fast and I couldn't pick it up.
Does the new language alleviate the concerns of Trustee Daly regarding that, or do we still need to go through the president?
I believe it does, and I'm going to,
It does.
because I want to explain something that we
It
did
does.
on item 5, or number 5, when you go through it. The board members will encourage the employee's contractor to address any concerns with the appropriate staff member and to follow established line of communications. We can hear, we can be informed and told, but there shall be no admonishment to faculty or staff for talking to a board member. And there's still the formal lines of communications must be followed, but there will be no repercussions to them. I wish Mr. Swanson was here to express his frustration when he came to me about this policy. He had gone into one of the buildings and spoken to a faculty member and then was called by the administration and told that he was not allowed to talk to them in the hallway. So hopefully this takes care of the ability of the trustees to have that open line of communication. Any other questions? We'll do a roll call vote on this. Trustee Reyes?
No.
Trustee Freeman?
No.
Trustee Couch?
Yes.
Trustee Daly?
Yes.
Trustee Walcott?
Yes.
And myself, yes. Want to make sure. On this one, it passed. So the new policy has passed. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Pardon? I'm sorry, did you ask a question, John?
Point of order.
Yes.
I have a question I need to explore with the attorney. Is that okay?
Trustee?
Okay. I want to go back to your decision on the tabling question. And in my experience, tabling is not considered an action that you're taking. In fact, if you apply that rule, I don't know how you table anything. So could you explain that to me, please?
So the way Robert's Rules of Order are worded is they consider that the agenda, once it's approved, is owned by the meeting itself. And I don't fully understand the whole philosophies behind the Robert's Rules of Order, but I'm simply explaining to you that that is what the Robert's Rules of Order say. The Robert's Rules of Order then goes on to say that once it belongs to the meeting, it has been taken out of the hands of the trustees. And therefore, extraordinary action is required to take actions to alter the agenda in some way. And that extraordinary action is a 2/3 vote. So that's the philosophy behind it. That's what they indicate. And your policy indicates that you guys will follow the Robert's Rules of Order.
Thank you.
do that. I'm going to take care of that. I wanted to be clear on how this would be accomplished. So I apologize and thank you for your indulgence. So I would need a motion now and for 2.37, 2.38, 2.39, and 2.40. And then at the conclusion of that motion, we are going to have the person that came up for the naming.
You already approved the.
Okay. We have approved them.
You've approved
Okay.
all
So 2.40 is what we're looking at, and then we'll have the presentation. So is there a motion for 2.40? I'm sorry?
That was included. We took care of 2.40 when we took care of 2.37, 38,
It
and
was
39.
taken care
Yes.
of? Okay, so it was?
Yes.
And so now we will call Lynetta Coney up and have her make the presentation. Thank you.
Yes, Jordan, would you do me the honor to unveil the photograph of Dr. Venkat K. Rao? It has been yes. Look back there. Look at the people standing. Dr. Rao was on this campus for over 7 years. He was a foundation board member. He was beloved by the community, and he was beloved by the foundation. And this college, he loved passionately. Dr. Rao, and I always say Dr. Rao and Dr. Rao. His wife is Dr. Rama Rao. I'm pleased that she's here with us. She travels quite a bit, so I'm so delighted that you were able to accommodate us this evening. You should know that Dr. Rama Rao is paying tribute to her husband because of his passion. He believed in student success, and for those of you who know that there is a student emergency fund, this gentleman started and inaugurated the Student Emergency Fund. I would venture to say that if he had lived, he would be running for the board of trustees, because he talked to me endlessly about that, because he wanted to be certainly a fundraiser, but he wanted to be a policymaker. And so he's with us here tonight. I thought it was imperative that I show you his picture. You may have seen him walk the campus. You may have seen him in the community. But it is my esteemed pleasure to say that Dr. Rama Rao, who sits to my left, has given a 5-figure gift in accordance with your naming policy to name spaces, buildings, places on this campus for great stewards such as Dr. Venkat K. Rao. So you have approved this. We're delighted, but you will know that in the next several weeks, we will be looking at a naming ceremony. The food pantry at the Lenore Crowdy Family Life Center will now be known as the Venkat K. Rao Mott Eats Food Pantry, and his legacy will live on.
This small thing, but it means a lot to us. We don't want any kid left over on this earth without education. Education needs food to nurture the brain. And I hope it will be helpful to those kids that come to the college without having lunch at home.
So tonight, we're joined by David Hoff of the Genesee, there he is, of the Executive Director of the Genesee Medical Society. And I think Tony Alexander, Foundation Board Chair, is here. If not, the two of them were here last night. But thank you ever so much. Stay tuned, and we'll be planning that ceremony for Dr. Venkat K. Rao. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Two point 4.1, amendment to Board Policy 1530, first reading. This is not for action. Any questions? Seeing none. Two point 4.3. Are there any questions? Yes, Trustee Reyes.
You didn't address 2.42.
2.42, addition of Board Policy 1425, Committee on the Ballinger Inlet Person Lecture Series. Are there any questions regarding that? Saying none. We just did 2.43. 2.44. What's that?
Did you present 2.43?
2.43 is what we're talking about now. Any questions regarding that? Seeing none. 2.44. Order of business. Any questions? Seeing none. 2.45, discussion of permanent presidential search. The Mott Foundation, Mr. White. It is always good to hear from the foundation, and if you would please come forward so that we can hear from you this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being patient with us.
Sure. Well, I appreciate you having me here today. As you said, my name is Ridgway White. I'm president and CEO of the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, based here in Flint, Michigan. We have a long working relationship with the Mott Community College, but no legal connection to Mott Community College. So just wanted to clarify that for everybody here. I just first wanted to say I applaud the college on your 100th anniversary and beyond. The college has been an exemplary asset for the community for such a long time, and I believe that it builds character in our community, that the graduates of Mott Community College are true doers and leaders in our community and beyond, and I'm so grateful for our long-term partnership in supporting the Mott Community College. In fact, we've made over 123 grants to the college in our history. We've granted over $45 million, close to $70 million inflation adjusted, and we share a name. Sometimes my role in the community is to provide voice when I hear lots of people talking. And when I heard of the process for thinking about a new search for the president of Mott Community College, I felt compelled to provide my support. Understand that cost was brought up as an issue at the previous board meeting, and as a result, be pleased to entertain a proposal for a grant of up to $250,000 from the Mott Foundation to support the presidential search to hire a nationwide firm. I would just go on to say that, the colleges, I think there's an unprecedented opportunity right now. The state of Michigan has approved 2 years free for community college, and I believe that this could be a true turning point for our community. But it does take leadership at the board level, at the president's level, at the faculty level, and all levels. And they have to work together. And I think that by pursuing a national search, that it brings credibility to the process. And that by doing that, it continues on that legacy of Mott Community College being a strong and lasting and enduring anchor for our community. And so, so I would just implore you to take us up on that offer, or to do the search without our offer of support, monetary support, if you so feel that's the right thing. But I do believe it's important to do the search. I'll stand by whatever the board comes up with. It is your policy to elect a president. But I do like a search process that engages the faculty, staff, the students, the community, the greater area, because it is a community college, and I think process is important. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much. Trustees, does anyone have a question for?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I would like to make a motion. At the special meeting on 9/13/24, the board passed the following motion as item 2.36B, to not use a search firm for the permanent presidential search, but to use an ad hoc committee and the resources of Mott Community College, including the board attorney, as it was used in the search for the interim president. I move to amend this motion, which was previously adopted, to read as follows. To use a nationally recognized search firm for the permanent presidential search under the direction of the ad hoc committee, including the resources of Mott Community College, as its board attorney, as it was used in the search firm for the interim president.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Do we have further discussion? Trustee Reyes?
Yes, to the maker of the motion, through the chair. This, I just want to be clear, because there was a lot there. This is saying that we will employ a national search?
Yes, I have a second motion to follow.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Reyes, did you have another comment? Your green light's on. Okay. All right. So, in discussion, we had some conversations. And I cannot divulge the conversations to my board until I am in a public meeting. Contrary to what people like to believe, we cannot talk outside of the meeting and make decisions. So we have had, I think, 4 discussions. And the faculty union president states that she's the one that brought this forward. I couldn't, because I had to have a meeting to take place, and I had people that were ill, so I couldn't have a meeting. You sent a letter. First, I sent you a letter. We communicated back and forth. I have the letter. I've passed it to my board members. Once I did that, it became in the public domain, so that everyone will see that at the next meeting. I want to make you aware that that's now a public document. And I'm truly not trying to embarrass anyone. I just want to make sure everybody understands the process by which we got to this point, that there was communication back and forth, but the board can't do anything until we're collective. And I will not participate in a round robin. And that was what it appeared that could have been happening if I talked to my board members. I did consult with the board attorney. He told me your ad hoc committee is coming up, discuss it there. And after we've done that, we'll see what that committee would like to have done, which the vote was unanimous that it was brought to the board. I sent you a letter, we get a letter back, and now this is where we're at today. So you understand there was no hiding of any information, but when I have a conversation with you or anyone else, it's a private conversation. I don't talk to anyone else about it. So other things we've talked about until we move to that further stage in the life of the college, we don't talk about. Is that okay with you? Because I don't want to talk about them.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I hope I didn't put you on the spot. It was not my intent. It's just, it's nobody's business until we get to that stage.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, is there any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, I will make one further comment, and this is something that the college has the money to do a search. And it's very generous that the foundation has offered the funds to do this. If we take it up on them, they will donate the money to us. That's pretty much the way it looks right now. But there are other great things that can be done with the foundation's money for the greater good of the world.
Mr. Chair, I would remind you that after we had the last meeting in the media, you actually spoke directly to the media and suggested that the college, it was a financial consideration, and the reason that we weren't going to do the national search was because of financial limitations.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. I believe if you go back and watch that meeting, that is Trustee Swanson that said that, and not I.
It was Mid-Michigan Now, and you actually gave them an interview. So.
Mr. Freeman, please contain yourself. So therefore, we have a vote, a motion in front of us, and Jordan, I would like you to reread the motion. Wendy, are you going to reread it?
I'll reread it. Yeah, sure. Motion number 1, okay. At the special meeting on 9/13/24, the board passed the following motion as item 2.36B, to not use a search firm for the permanent presidential search, but to use an ad hoc committee as the resources of Mott Community College, including the board attorney as it was used in the search for the interim president. I move to amend this motion, which was previously adopted, to read as follows. To use a nationally recognized search firm for the permanent presidential search under the direction of the ad hoc committee and including using the resources of Mott Community College and its board attorney as it was used in the search for the interim president. I'll give this to Jordan afterwards.
Diane. Thank you. Roll call vote. Trustee Reyes.
Yes.
Trustee Freeman.
Yes.
Trustee Couch.
No.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Walcott.
Yes.
Trustee Everman. No. Does it pass? It passed. Wendy, you had a second motion.
I have a second motion that follows this. At the special meeting on 9/13/24, the board passed the following motion as item 2.36F to limit the geographic search for a permanent president of the state of Michigan. I move to amend this motion, which was previously adopted, to read as follows. To conduct the search for a permanent president nationwide, such that the grant proposed by the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, the state would be applicable.
Second.
We have a second. Do we have discussion? Wait. Do we have Diane, did you get everything you needed? Yes. Do we have any further discussion?
Yes, I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. I think that it's an extremely generous offer, and I'd like to thank the Mott Foundation for that. And I think that given when we get new information, that it's incumbent upon us to take action on that. And I think that by passing this motion, we would be doing that. So I speak in favor of it.
Do we have any other comments? Seeing none.
Trustee Daly.
Trustee Daly.
I would like to thank Ridgeway White personally for the effort and time that you put into this.
Ms. Ramos and Wendy, do you have any further comments? No. Okay. And the motion will be read again?
Okay, part 2 to the motion. At the special meeting on 9/13/24, the board passed the following motions as item 2.36F to limit the geographic search for a permanent president to the state of Michigan. I move to amend this motion, which was previously adopted, to read as follows: to conduct the search for a permanent president nationwide, such that the grant proposed by the Charles Stewart Mott Foundation, the state, would be applicable.
Okay. For the motion, we have the second. No further discussion. Roll call vote. Trustee Raz.
Yes.
Trustee Freeman.
Yes.
Trustee Couch.
No.
Trustee Daly.
Yes.
Trustee Alcott.
Yes.
And Trustee Overman, yes. The motion has passed. Thank you very much. And we now need to, as it said in your letter to us, we need to discuss the process by which we work. But even before we get that done, I'm sure things will get underway here.
Yep. We'd be happy to move as fast as we can.
Thank you very much. Have a safe evening.
Thank you.
Special presentations. College Bond Projects Quarterly Update.
Mr. Chair, I would ask to be excused. I have to leave at 4 o'clock in the morning for St. Louis to speak at a conference. So, and I'm really jet lagged right now, so I apologize. But I believe the actions of the evening are here, and you still have quorum. So,
Glad to see you back.
thank you. Thank you.
Trustee Freeman.
You're actually very glad to be back, even though it was beautiful there. But you know, it's nice to be home.
Trustee Freeman. Trustee Freeman. Trustee Freeman. Thank you for coming in. I know what it's like on the jet lag. Thank you. College Bond Projects Quarterly Update. Madam President.
I would like to call forward Rod Whitney to provide the update on the bond project.
Chair, Board, President. Facilities was asked to give a quarterly update on the projects that have been completed and are currently ongoing. Next slide, please. The Gorman Boiler Chiller Air Handler upgrades are in process, up to 6 months to design. The Wagner Building Elevator has been ordered through Kone. And as we know, that is a 1-year lead time that we had discussed already. The SLBC water line is about 90% complete, and I can update the chlorination that has been done, and we're about 2 to 3 weeks out from 100% completion. Next slide, please. Other improvements on campus, the bistro renovation is complete as far as on the facilities side, although they are waiting for, I guess, another state inspection for their program. The cosmetology renovation is complete, and I'm happy to say that it is being utilized this semester, and we've had nothing but positive results that I've heard so far. The Prahl College Center renovation, we are out for the construction manager. We met today as a group, and we'll be finalizing that in very short order within the next couple of weeks. We do meet next week and to reduce the list down to 3 individuals. We also addressed some concrete concerns in Lapeer. Those have been completed. I think I missed one there. MMB elevator, that's still on schedule for April. We've spoke about that a number of times. The Lapeer concrete has been completed as well. We had some concerns in Lapeer. We did address those. And I will give a highlight as well that tomorrow we will be addressing concerns here on main campus for concrete as well. Additionally, we're addressing roofing all over campus. They've completed physical plant. Curtis Mott will be done this week, and we've started over on the BADC. Completion should be by mid-November. Next slide, please.
Hello, everyone. Acting CTO from Rock Community College, Randy Chappell. I'm going to talk to you about some of the information technology bond project and provide some updates. Next slide, please. First up is the networking equipment replacement. This purchase was approved by the board in June 2024. The PO was issued in June. 70% of the equipment has arrived, thereabouts, and is being configured. Installation to start up in November/December. Estimated completion is going to be in March of next year. Fiber campus network ring, installation of new fiber for RTCs in the planning. Ongoing copper installation is a continuous project which will run the length of the bond. It's something we do all the time. Literally, we put drops in and make modifications as everything goes on. Future campus fiber expansion between buildings is starting to be planned as well. Next slide. Server infrastructure, major server replacement is currently in its planning stages. This is going to happen in 2025. Security cameras, video storage is a subset of that, and that's going to start up a little bit early because we need to get some replacements underway faster for that. Network firewall placement is until 2026, so that's a further, /2027, that's a further project. Employee computer replacement, this is an ongoing project. It's already started. The board approved this back in June. Equipment is being ordered as needed, and it has begun the ordering. Time frame for completion is 16 to 24 months, so we're still pretty early in the process, so that's going to continue. AV modernization for the event center and RTC auditorium. These we did have an emergency projector replacement, so we do have this wonderful screen we get to see tonight. So that is up and running already, but the rest of that project is going to happen late. Start planning this late this year and into 2025. So next slide, please. Continuation AV modernization, small conference rooms. This is, again, this was from a few weeks ago. So we have selected the product we're going to use for the replacement. So that was currently under evaluation when we made these slides. So we have that going on. And that project's going to lead probably 12 to 16 months for completion for all the 20-odd small places on campus that we have equipment that we'll be installing. The life cycle for equipment updates for the media studio, will be into next year and into the following year as we replace that equipment. Next slide, please. I have the life safety ones here as well for public safety. These are IT related, so I'll have these going on as well. Exterior access control. We did start work for, this was something we talked about a few months ago and to the board, and we started in the Curtis Mott complex, but as you know, the HVAC project is also going on inside the Curtis Mott building as well. So we have, when we started attending those meetings, it became clear that we had a conflict for the wiring, and what we didn't want to do is waste the funds by installing and then having to pull things out and then reinstalling. So what we're going to do is we worked with public safety, got their approval, and we basically are doing the RTC first. So we went from using the Curtis Mott building first, we moved to doing the RTC first, to work to try to save the funds for the college. And the community. So that's going on right now. We're slated to be done with that by the end of October. That PO was issued as up there on the screen, $1,225. Next building to go is either VADC or Wagner. Those will be the next two buildings to go. Right now, it looks like it's going to be VADC, but those are both slated to be next. So, PA improvements, Gorman's have been done from the speaker installation. VADC is done from speaker installation. Curtis Mott is also done from speaker installation. We have conducted what we call our first line of testing on Gorman and VADC. That's just to check for the speaker valids that are working. And Curtis Mott, that's going to have to scheduled off hours because it takes a couple hours of making noise. And I don't think anyone would appreciate that much during the day. So we're working to do that off hours or on weekends or something like that right now. And then the final phase of that, just so you know, for the PAs, we're going to bring in the team to perform what's called, I don't think it has an official name, but we're calling it an audio audit. And so one of the common issues they run in with the PA is the ability to hear it, right? The PA speakers are all over the building, but where the speakers are to where people actually hear that, there can be some relative distance and also noise in the area. So what they do is they bring in a group that actually sets up a little microphone or walks with a microphone, an audio tester, and tests for the sound levels while playing a continuous tone. That'll also be done off hours. But the first phase is to get that working. The next piece is to just make sure the audio levels are loud enough so everyone can hear them, right? So we kind of do it in piecemeal as we kind of move forward. The next to go for that, as we had, was VADC, but that's already been completed again, only because, again, we had a little delay in obviously this presentation. So that's been completed as well, and except for the audio audit. We are moving on to Lapeer next. That was a change from the original schedule that we gave the board. That came to light through some discussions with the public safety and the capabilities of the building, and they made a change because right now it's really lacking, and we want to get that fixed for that building sooner because we do have baseline functionality in most of our buildings. Next slide, please. Security camera video storage, I mentioned earlier, that's going to start happening a little sooner than we anticipated, only because some equipment's getting older. But that's going to happen over the next 16 to 24 months. We buy some servers over time, and the reason we do that is to spread out the purchase, so that way not so much, we don't want everything to come to term at the same time, if you can imagine that. We actually bring it out, so that way as warranties end and we replace the equipment that goes on. Life safety emergency power. This is a project we have going on. This was been in this slide for weeks. It does not come out from like yesterday. But we did have an event yesterday, obviously you guys know, that took up power on campus. And one of those things is, we need to update our two things, either battery or generator or whatever the infrastructure is going to be deemed to be required for the buildings. We are working with some electrical engineers to bring that in because it isn't just installing batteries or just installing a generator. It's also determining power needs. The network is a living, breathing type service here at the college, and we continually add to it. And as we add things like clocks, and we add things like access points, and we add things like door access, right? All these things you're hearing about us doing, it changes the power requirements on those systems. And so we have to take all that into account and try to estimate for the future. So it isn't going to be, it's not perfect, but we were working with facilities on that as well. So we're in the early stages that we're actually going to hopefully present our plan is present options for the board. So it isn't going to just be this is the only option. We're hopefully going to present a couple of options and then our suggestion with that. So that'll be it'll make more sense as we kind of move on, but it'll give you some guidance. As we move down there, emergency phone solution, we actually have been making some progress on that. That is actually out now and into an RFI, request for information. This is a solution that will provide assistance for our hearing impaired individuals here on campus. And so we are working with and got that out on the street with purchasing to make that a reality. We're going to see what we have options for and then make some decisions once we're able to get some more information. Finally, hallway display projects is slated for 25, 26 projects, so that'll be into next year, likely. Next slide, please. All right, that's all there was for that. Did you have anything else? Any questions?
Yes, Trustee Daly.
Randy, good job. I appreciate that insight. How are we coming, or last, I guess a year and a half ago, we had a breach of our firewalls into the system. And how are we doing about keeping our patches up to date and software updates and What's your confidence in the level of security that we've got now?
Well, actually, we have a presentation at the end of today. Actually, I think that's, forgive me, I don't know the number on it, but we actually have one dedicated just to that purpose. So if you're okay, we'll push to then and we can have any questions. But generally speaking, we have
I like
absolutely.
the presentation. I just wanted to get
Yeah.
a quick synopsis right now.
Yeah, so we absolutely have made giant improvements in that space. We have made changes to not only to schedule patching and increasing speeds of that, but also layered additional security. I don't have my slides in front of me, but most of, some of the things we did almost immediately afterwards is implement things like MFA, multi-factor authentication, which is something that many of you guys are already used to. If you used a bank and a PIN card, right, you have to have a card and a PIN. It's a two-factor authentication. So we've installed some different technology along those things. Additionally, we brought in some, it's a software type service. It's basically what the next level of virus detection, you might refer to it as, like next gen. That solution set is actually worked through a security operations center. So it's a combination of not just advanced virus protection, it's also looking for patterns and activities, looking for things. So that's kind of like the next stage. Initially, it was just, is it there? And now it's what's going on. And so it takes and interprets that. And then it uses the third-party Arctic Wolf service that we have. It's a SOC provider. They monitor those services to basically, take action immediately or whatever needs to be done, calls or as far as those logs and those are concerned. In addition to that, again, I have a whole slide on this. We'll have some other things later on as well. So, no, excellent.
Any other trustee with a question? I have one on the emergency phone solution, adapting for solutions for hearing impaired. That is working, moving forward.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we're working with Eric from Lieutenant Rogers from Public Safety. We're working with him. We pulled him in. He's working with us on that project. And right now it's out to, we found solution sets for this already in the elevator space. There actually is existing solutions. This is a part of elevator code, I think for, I don't know, 2023 or something like that. Yeah, not in Michigan. So just, it's one of those things that there's elevator code across the United States. It's implemented, and I think in 2023, I think Michigan's on like 2021 or 2022. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's not required. So there are solutions that are very similar to what we interpreted right from that, right? The problem with that is it is just for elevators. We contacted the company who sells those. We're talking about things that will be available in hallways and are working on solutions for that. So we had that going. So it kind of into a dead end. And so then we turned to purchasing. We're working with them basically to publicly ask through the request for information, does anybody have a solution that meets these, those kind of needs? And that's where we are.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right. All right, I think I'm up next for the next item as well, so.
First, we have to do the minutes.
Oh.
But you can stay there, Randy. Thanks.
Move over.
Approval of the minutes. I have a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll make the motion.
A motion to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. What's that? Okay.
August 28, 2024.
All right. Approval of regular minutes for meeting August 28th, 2024. And we have a second from Mrs. Couch. Any corrections or changes? Saying none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I have a question about that to the attorney. Do we have enough to approve that? Because Art wasn't here and he can't vote on that.
If you have enough to approve it, there's plenty.
All right. Approval of special meetings for September 13th. Is there a motion for that?
I'll make the motion.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second from Mrs. Couch. Any corrections or changes? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 The minutes have been approved. ITS quarterly report. Randy?
There we go. I got to push the buttons. Mute. Thanks again. It's my pleasure to present the ITS quarterly report for the board. So this is a very simple report, just looking over the last 3 months. Obviously, again, a little time delay there so we have June, July, and August. Some of the increases that you see here is primarily because we moved from multi-factor authentication solutions. Originally, we were with one product. And we've switched to an offering from Microsoft. So it incurs, there's some additional calls and different things we had during that period. So you'll see some increases, and also why so there's some delay in getting those. And again, you'll see some things where we close more than we actually open, and that's because the prior month, it's just balancing out. So next slide, please. All right, so you're gonna hear some repeat here because we just did some of the bonds, and obviously those are things we're working on. So the big item here was also an item that was approved in June, I think it was in June or May, I'm sorry. And that's the College Illusion cloud migration. We're currently in prep phase for that. Technically, that started this month, and so we are going through that product, and that is a long-term move that can take up to 24 months to make that migration. I am crossing my fingers, and I feel pretty confident that we will beat that. But I don't know the exact time frames because we also have to work with all the other departments to make sure things are working where we need to be, and it's already underway. Network switch replacement, and again, this is going to be completed in March of next year. That's our timetable right now, and that's already started. Phone transition, this is something new. This wasn't something that we had mentioned earlier, but we are looking to transition our phone services at the college from our current provider over to a different provider. So from a solution provided by 3CX over to a Zoom-based solution. There's some improvements from a safety perspective that we're working with public safety on for our college community, and that'll, as well as some other items as well through there. But that doesn't look like to be happening until early 2025, and we'll probably see that here before we get to that anyway. But that is a project. Employee computer replacement, obviously another product I mentioned just earlier. It's a massive project for us. Lots of computers need to be configured and sent out and provided to our employees. And so that is in the early phases right now, and we'll start to pick up over the next end of November, December timeframe. We'll start seeing things really move along. So next slide, please. And I think that's it. So yeah, it's nice and simple for the quarterly report.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right, not a problem. Thank you.
Okay. Informational reports. The Finance Committee did not meet. Personnel Committee did not meet. The Board Policy Committee did meet. Each of you have seen what we worked on the past goals and objectives. You have seen or have been given the information on what we had done to collect and get things put together. I'd like to thank the HR department and Christy for all of her diligence in working on that. Thank you very much. Goals and Objectives Committee, no meeting was held, and the Ad Hoc Committee has met. Administrative items, presidential reports, new hires.
To start the new hire announcements, I would like to take a moment before Christy comes forward to announce that in collaboration with the executive cabinet, the decision was made to transition to an in-house general counsel model rather than continuing to utilize 3 separate outside legal firms to provide Mott Community College with its legal services and support. And this decision will result in substantial savings to Mott Community College in legal expenses. It will improve support and service accessibility and timeliness, and also drive consistency. I am pleased to announce the hiring of John Godola to serve as the college's general counsel effective October 1st, 2024. John.
Mr. Godola, would you please come forward?
John's responsibilities will include providing, managing, and coordinating all legal services for the college in order to proactively minimize legal risk and liability. Additionally, John will provide legal advice, counsel, and training to college administrators, assist in the development of college policy and procedure, advise regarding sensitive employment matters, review contracts and other legal documents, secure and coordinate the services of outside legal counsel when necessary for litigation and matters requiring legal specialization, and also help to resolve any disputes, claims, and other issues related to legal matters. John is a lifelong resident of Genesee County. He received his bachelor degree in social work from Michigan State University and his Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Toledo. He spent 9 years as an attorney in private practice in Flint, Michigan. And John was elected as a Genesee County Circuit Court judge in 2002 and served in the Family Division of the Circuit Court for 22 years, having retired in August of 2024. John served as the presiding judge of the Family Division for 8 years and presently serves as a board member of the Crim Fitness Foundation, which he began in 2017. John is the father of 4 adult daughters, and he and his wife are now grandparents of a 3-year-old granddaughter with a second granddaughter on the way in February of 25. He has competed in 4 Ironman distance triathlons, enjoys his family, his fitness, and Michigan football in his spare time. Please, everyone join me in welcoming John to Mott Community College.
Do you have any comments, John?
I do. First of all, I want to thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the opportunity. The community word that I've heard over and over is what's on my mind. I was born in this community, raised in this community, raised my family in this community, and my time as a judge has shown me that our community needs Mott Community College. And when I brought my judicial career to an end, my goal was to become involved in higher education, and I feel extremely fortunate that I'll get to pursue that activity, pursue that goal, pursue that passion that I have here in Flint, Michigan at Mott Community College. I was telling other individuals that I met through the college that I'm really impressed in my first week, where I feel like I've hit the ground running, with the longevity of a lot of the employees here, a lot of the staff, a lot of the teachers, professors. And that, to me, is a great sign. It's a great sign that we have community people dedicated to this college. I promise you I will dedicate myself to this college. I want to be here. I want to be a part of the success of this community college, and I'm pleased to see what comes next.
Trustees, do you have any questions for him?
Welcome aboard. Thank you.
Yes, welcome aboard. We're so happy to have you.
Art? Sue? So,
I do have a comment. First of all, I just want you all to know that as a member of the Genesee County legal community for 40 years, I've gotten to know John quite well, and his reputation is beyond reproach, not only as a lawyer, as a judge, but also as an individual. He went to a great law school such as I did, so people don't hear about University of Toledo College of Law, but we know it's a great place to go and learn your education. So, and I also want you to know, John and I have talked already about some matters. He's going to work out wonderful here. So,
thank you.
Yes.
And I did want to end just by telling everyone that the passion, the intensity, even the individuals at this meeting, my passion and intensity for what I'm doing was built upon 22 years as a judge, always serving in the Family Division, where I dealt with juvenile criminal matters and dealt with child abuse and child neglect matters. And one thing that was lacking in every single child abuse case that I had, and one thing that I was noticed was lacking in every delinquency case that I had, was an education. And the opportunity, as we've heard here at Mott Community College, vocationally, educationally, bridging that gap is something I can tell you is desperately needed in our community. And my goal is to see to it that all of the individuals that I saw through a courtroom get an opportunity in the classroom to become the best, to create the best future for themselves, whether it's academically, vocationally. And I'm inspired by what I'm hearing from people at Mott already. We can make that happen here in this community because of the desperate need that I saw for 22 years, where I know higher education is the way out, the way up, the way to a brighter future. So I'm pleased to be a part of this college.
John, I knew your uncle, who was one of our original trustees. We went from Flint Community College to Genesee to Mott Community College, and then he was eventually appointed to the federal judgeship. Just a great guy, and it was fun to go to the meetings because back then, and I'm sure Tony can remember this also from the back of the room in the pink, there were these great debates between your uncle and Jerry O'Rourke, who were on opposite sides of the political spectrum, but it was eloquent to hear their debates, as was Al Horrigan was the position that you now have, and John Thomas was the board's attorney. And it was fun to listen to those two eloquently argue rules of law at a board meeting. And you would think that they were very angry at each other, but at the end, they were always going to some social function and they would be talking about their wives. I always appreciated the way they handled things. So it was just so cool to watch. So I look forward to you doing that with our college and our board too. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Christy Dolly will give the new hire update.
Good evening, board. I'm pleased to introduce our new hires that were originally supposed to be introduced at the September board meeting. We're going to start with Felicia Cobbin. Felicia is working as an adult student advocate in our Student Academic Success Division. Felicia Cobbin started off with the Genesee County Sheriff Department as a correction deputy and retired in 2015. From there, she went on to work for Flint Genesee Job Corps as an ACT coordinator, and then the state of Michigan as a Child Protective Service investigator. She holds a master's in public administration from Central Michigan University, fire up chips, and a bachelor's in criminal justice from Saginaw Valley State University. Next slide, please. William Copeland was hired as our electronics and electrical technology full-time instructor in the Student Academic Success Division. William Copeland founded HTCV Information, LLC, a company that specializes in computer vision, in-depth computer programming, prior to his start in teaching. He has worked as a substitute teacher and tutor for the Adirondack Central School District and Rome City School District. In 2023, he began working at Mott as a part-time instructor in the technology division. He has a master's from Syracuse University in electrical engineering and a bachelor's from Michigan Technological University, also in electrical engineering. Next, please. Did you point? Oh, I thought you pointed at me. Sorry. Next is Dwayna Moore. She was hired as a cosmetology aesthetics full-time instructor in the Student Academic Success Division. Dwayna Moore has worked as an esthetician, cosmetologist, and salon owner for the last 30 years. She started at Mott as a part-time cosmetology instructor 8 years ago. She has a master's in literacy education from the University of Michigan, Flint. Next, please. Rufus Ferguson was hired as a full-time instructor in music, also in the Student Academic Success Division. Rufus has a master's degree in piano performance from Western Michigan University. He also graduated from Mott with an associate's in music. Rufus worked for the Jazz and Creative Institute as an ensemble director and the director of community partnership, as well as Kalamazoo College as a jazz pianist and accompanist instructor. Recently, he served as a visiting assistant professor of jazz and popular music at Albion College. Next is Tawana Rockingham, who was hired as a cosmetology full-time faculty nail tech manicurist, also in the Student Academic Success Division. Tawana has been a salon owner for the past 18 years. She also worked as a part-time nail technology instructor at Mott for over 9 years. Her teaching experience includes nail specialist instructor at Palm Beach State College. She has a bachelor's degree in open systems technology from Baker College. Next is Kyle Hoffman, hired as a sworn police officer in public safety. Kyle has an associate's degree in criminal justice from Mott Community College. Before being hired at Mott as a sworn police officer, Kyle worked at Genesee Township and Richfield Township Police Department as a police officer. Prior to his career as a police officer, Kyle worked as a pharmacy technician for Diplomat Specialty Pharmacy. And then finally, we have our interim president, Shonda Richardson Snell, who missed our last board meeting, so we're missed being introduced at our last board meeting. Interim President Shonda Richardson Snell founded Aquila Advisors, a boutique financial advisory firm, prior to Mott. Shonda has worked in a number of leadership roles over the last 20 years, which include corporate treasurer for TI Fluid Systems, assistant treasurer, general director in capital markets and treasury operations at General Motors, and director of debt management and capital markets and director of investments at Trinity Health Corporation. Her corporate finance and treasury experience also includes serving 11 years at Delphi Corporation. She holds an MBA from the University of Michigan, Flint. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christy. Next, Al Perry will provide an update from our athletics division.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Chair, Board of Trustees. I'd like to start, I'll just let everybody know right now the slides are antiquated, so you can check them out. They're beautiful, but they won't have any of the content that I'm actually talking about today. I want to start by thanking the President and especially marketing and Michael Tews and Darian Bush for the all-employee meeting. We had a pep rally, and it was absolutely phenomenal. I think all the employees enjoyed themselves, and I know that all the student athletes enjoyed themselves because they've told me over and over again how much they enjoyed the experience. So for those of you that weren't able to attend, it was truly a pep rally. Everybody was fired up and excited for the season. So thanks for marketing and everybody involved in making that happen. Our volleyball team is off to a tremendous start. We're, well, mid-season now. We are currently on a 13-game win streak, 17-4 overall and 6-0 in the conference. We've had 3 players of the week, which is pretty remarkable for a team to accomplish that. And one of the things that I'm excited about, you've heard me talk about our partnerships with different academic programs over and over. The Design Center and athletics have started doing t-shirt giveaways and working with a student from the Design Center to come up with that shirt that we're giving away. April Middleton, one of the students, created a phenomenal design for volleyball, and the proceeds from the sales of the shirts that we're doing on our website are going to scholarships to the Design Center. So check out montbears.com and support the Design Center and athletics at the same time if you get a chance. On the next slide, you'll see our cross-country programs. They're currently ranked, our men's team is ranked 8th in the nation, which is the highest ranking we've had since I've been here. And our women's team is ranked 19th in the nation. Both teams took 3rd at our recent conference events, and our regional tournaments are coming up here soon. We're excited. And we think they're both going to qualify for nationals at this point. The last slide is about our golf outing, but I'm also going to talk about our golf team. So we recently had our Bruin Club golf outing. It's our 5th annual event. It was remarkable. We sold every sponsorship. We filled the entire flight of 32 teams. We had alumni fly in from Arizona and Florida, just unbelievable support. And I'll transition to our golf teams. Our men's golf team recently won our 4th consecutive Eastern Conference championship. We're incredibly excited about that. We have 4 freshmen that made the MCCA Eastern Conference team: AJ Ligori, Tyler Giss, Aaron Jennings, and Kyle Barber. And 3 of those individuals are on the all-freshman team. So that concludes my report. Thank you for the opportunity to tell you a little bit about what's going on in athletics.
Trustees, do you have any questions for Mr. Perry? Mr. Perry, thank you very much.
Thank you, Al. Next, Michael Solinsky, provide an update from the American Institutes for Research.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Board Chair, Madam Interim President, and trustees. I have the good fortune of being able, my name is Mike Solinsky. I'm in Workforce and Economic Development, standing in for Robert Matthews tonight. And I have 2 items that I'm happy to be able to report out on. We were recognized by the American Institutes for Research from their Center for Applied Research in Post-Secondary Education. They were looking at us for the work that we do in partnering with our employers and getting our students in. They came to us to kind of see what our blueprint is and published some of their findings in a brief entitled Building Strong Partnerships with Employers. They posted this on their website and through their various media outlets. This brief is the first of many that are coming. It's got 7 recommendations based on interviews with various colleges that have forged strong partnerships with employers about how the other colleges can learn from that. In the coming days, AIR will be disseminating these briefs through their various outlets and welcomes us to do the same. And we plan on hosting this article on a web page that we have, part of our web page that houses promising practices in various white papers and stuff that the college has been listed in. So I would like to thank Dr. Rebecca Maizinski and Dr. Marcus Matthews for working with the researchers to accomplish this. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none.
Next slide.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next slide, please. All right, this one's pretty cool too. We were, each year the National Council for Workforce Education recognizes 2 colleges with their exemplary program awards in 2 categories, non-credit and credit. And the recipients are chosen based on 6 criteria. Some of them such as description of the partnerships and collaborations, potential economic impact, program outcomes and impact, and replication and scalability. MCC was selected as the recipient for the 2024 Exemplary Program Award in the non-credit category for our electric line worker pre-apprentice program partnership with Consumers Energy. One thing that I would like to point out, I think you guys might have the video or the monitors in front. The photo that you see with the flag, the 2 top students holding the flag, and then the 2 on the outsides of the poles, those are our Mott students. They actually graduated at the top of their class and were the first selected in the apprenticeship program, and they started out making $45 an hour once they graduated. So I would like to thank the team that works in that program, Kathleen Lavaliere, Autumn Scherzer, and Dr. Marcus Matthews. Any questions?
Yes.
Yeah.
How long does it take the student to get through that program?
I
He was
believe-
at the gentleman that runs it was at the Welcome Back breakfast, and he said the amount of time, and it was phenomenally short. And I'm going, those students are making $45 an hour.
Yes.
And
But it's a lot of work.
well, I think it was like 10 months.
I
could be wrong.
I don't
It was
know
either
for
10
sure.
weeks or 10 months, and I thought it was months.
It is on the order of months, I believe, but I don't know the exact number. I apologize.
I
But I
was-
can certainly
I'm
get you more
impressed.
information.
Yeah, well, yeah, so we know for our community.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now Jason Wilson will provide an update on enrollment, the dental clinic, the medical clinic, and the coffee beanery.
Jason? We've waited all evening. Have we hit 4% yet?
Have we hit 4% of, anyway. Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Chair. Thank you, trustees. You can go to the next slide. Enrollment continues to be strong. Congratulations to the college on that. Give yourselves a hand. We know enrollment is college-wide. Really the hard work of multiple individuals, multiple teams. The first section talks about our head count in comparison, and this was as of September 19th, which is the data record for the fall. It shows you our head count and contact hour comparison to the comparison year of 2022. Want to make it clear that as I've told you throughout this cycle, and I'll continue to tell you through the winter cycle, that we budgeted our enrollment based on 2 years ago, not last year, okay? So that first number shows you the comparison of how we've improved compared to 2 years ago in both those areas. However, we also have been monitoring how we compare to last year. Last year was a very strong year for us. But as I've talked to you about, we want to kind of gauge ourselves between last year and this year to see if, in fact, we are on an upward trend. And I'm happy to report that we are. That number says 3.2% up, but that's a little bit old. I think we got as high as 3.8, almost 4.
Come on, we want that 4.
All right, yeah. Really strong projections, a lot of indicators, drivers, really predictors, I'll say, showing that enrollment continues to be strong for us in this area. So. And just some highlights in that, last 2 years we've seen about 700 students, approximately 700 student head count. That's primarily adults and dual credit students. Those populations really are driving us right now. This particular fall represents our highest fall in 4 years. And as I just said, the combination of dual, adults coming back, and phenomenal job and recognize our workforce and economic development. They have done a tremendous job feeding the college non-credit students to pursue credit programs. So as I said earlier, a lot of recognition to the entire college. I'll take your questions on that before I move on
Are
to
there any
my next.
questions? Mr. Trustee Daly.
We've seen a lot of change in funding for student enrollment over the last year or so. Dual enrollments, the governor's free tuition. And one of the things, to me, that looks like that the pool of potential students that are going to be, that will be able to go to a community college increases.
Yes.
And they increase for everybody.
Yes.
And I'll be honest with you, I'm a Mott guy. Okay.
Good.
What I'd like to know is, I think we did well, but we have 27 other competitors in this state.
Yes.
And how well did we benchmark against them?
So the entire state saw an increase. Everyone's taking advantage of this. I think, you know, Michigan is one of the geographically well-poised states where you have the in-district, out-of-district tuition, which the governor's tuition is really slated. So there's a driver for home-based individuals to go to their home institution. So that plus, you know, our programs. You know, we are a very attractive college, and with competitive programs, we'll continue to update those programs so we can be a differentiator in terms of what we offer.
Through the chair and the president to you, could we get some kind of report or a comparison for the next meeting where it racks it out and says, okay, this is what the average was statewide, and this is how we play. My suspicion is we play well.
For those colleges that share it, we can report it. Now, I get through my registrar's office, the registrars has an affinity group statewide. They share, you know, and we participate and share with each other. It's probably about 20 of the 27 that share, and so certainly Delta and the ones that are close to us are the ones we keep an eye on. But yes, I can bring that and include that in next month's enrollment report.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Moving on. Yes. So this next report, next slide deck is updating the board on both the dental and health clinic updates. We'll start with the dental. A lot of work has gone into this. I've condensed really the presentation into short-term actions we're going to take right now, long-term focus in terms of just what we're needing to address. So in terms of short-term, we're going to add new lighting. We're removing unwanted cabinets, installing new chairs. We're replacing the autoclave, the Melees. That's a dishwasher, disinfector. And we're going to do a freshen up to the dental reception room. I understand several of the trustees have been through the lab. They've talked to me directly about the lab, talked to the president directly about the lab. So we're certainly going to make those improvements and continue to respond to what you've pointed out. In the long term, certainly exploring a better physical space for the lab. We recognize our limitations where it currently is. And so under the leadership of the president, certainly looking at options around what makes sense moving forward in terms of offering a high quality dental experience. I'll take your questions on the dental before I talk about the medical.
Just a question with terminology. When you're using short-term focus and long-term focus, are the short-term focus items funded?
Yes, and we're paying for those with various funding sources.
Any other trustees have a question about the dental lab?
Last time we were talking about the Durham Wellness Center, and now we're looking into the School of Cosmetology. What's the update on that? Or the transitions, the area? Are we gonna?
I think we're talking we're finishing up with the dental.
Right, I'm talking about moving it. When we're talking about moving it, there was two different places that we were talking. I just didn't know any updates since then.
I can speak to it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So one of the things that is under consideration and discussion is, and it go to the next slide for me, Brian. It essentially combines really the medical clinic concept with the dental being housed in the same place. One of the things that we are looking to do as a part of master planning. This is something that will come before the board probably early next year, is identify space utilization for these kinds of things. I have a meeting Friday, I think, with one of the national recognized companies that helps campuses with master planning and looking at space utilization. We're a college that has a lot of space. And so part of really this project that you've given us is looking at what makes sense. Certainly the VADC will be in play, just like Curtis Mott, just like any other building. That's the cosmetology building you're talking about, called the VADC. So it's my answer to the question is, it's not just about dental and the medical clinic, it's about everything. And so we need to obviously include the board in that, bring that forward so that we're really looking to update the master plan. I don't know if you wanted to.
Yeah, when we were planning for both the changes to the dental and melding the concept of a potential medical clinic, where I guided the team was to look at it in a concurrent two-prong fashion. So a two-prong strategy where we would identify what are some of the short-term fixes that we can incorporate immediately to help relieve some of the pressure points and bottlenecks that the team was seeing in the dental labs, where we wouldn't be investing significant design plan dollars, but using our resources that we have readily available to us now. How can we help provide them with better outcomes, better space utilization in the space that they have now? Because we know that a move of any kind, whether it could be whether it's a move into something already existing or into something that needs to be built, there's a very long time frame required for that. So that's what Jason was just describing for the dental clinic, and all of those changes, those modifications are being managed by our facilities team and Rod's team without the use of the very costly architectural design plan fees, and really going to help the faculty and staff in those areas to be able to continue to provide service in a much more effective and efficient manner, but in the current space. Concurrent to that, then I encourage the team to look at a long-term plan for both the dental clinic and the health clinic, which was going to have to include a full capacity utilization study of all of the campus of buildings, so that we can evaluate that, to ensure that the appropriate space is identified. And that's what Jason was describing, again, both the dental and the medical combined. And so we're working with, and Jason's leading the initial discussions with Ad Astra to identify what that process is going to look like for a capacity utilization study. That's the beginning of a new master plan, and the master plan needs to feed into the budget and programming, also evaluation of ensuring that we have adequate budget for continued programming. All of that feeds into the new budget, and then we will utilize all of that together to pull in what the next long-term focus should be for the proposed medical and dental plan.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Wendy? Does anyone else have any questions regarding this?
Next is the coffee beanery.
I have one question about that.
About the beanery or the clinic?
the dental thing, because we had talked about access off of Court Street for the parking for the dental. Was that something that can be done reasonably, or is that something that's going to be put off and we'll look at the new facility where we're going to move them to instead? And my question is because once we start the production, we're in production, on the Parole Center, getting the patients into that area to pull in to their parking lot is going to be difficult during the construction phase. So we had talked, I think Ron was part of it when we looked at Rod, I'm sorry, was part of.
I was looking for Ron. Who's Ron? All right.
It's a new guy, you haven't met yet.
All right, okay, it's possible.
But anyways, putting a entrance off of Court Street that could help alleviate that issue when we pull in the Parole Center construction.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Chair, I would say when a campus and the footprint of a campus undergoes the kind of capital improvements that we're going to undergo, you know, everything from traffic flow to parking to just those basic experiential things that faculty, students, all of us have to engage on a day-to-day basis have to be considered as we figure all that out. And so I think we're going to be talking to you about a construction manager, just that whole capital process. All of that gets, you know, roped into that.
Yeah, thank you.
The parking would be something that we would discuss once the construction manager has been selected.
Okay.
Okay, last for me is the coffee beanery, an update on the coffee beanery. And I believe Larry's gonna help me with the umbrellas. Help me with drinking the coffee. Just the updates in terms of the beanery. We are very close. What's been completed, the design, the build out. We have some state and local building inspections passed. I'm gonna come to kind of the last leg of this where we are. The equipment has been moved from Prawl. The AV team, certainly thanks to Randy and Chris Bola, in terms of the menus and just that, speakers, what have you. Next slide, Jordan. So these things were remaining, but I want to give a quick update here so I can get back into my computer. Okay. So these things were remaining, getting approval from the health department, submitting an application. That's been done. So really, we're at the stage now where Thursday at 9:30, Thursday, October 11th at 9:30, a final walkthrough from the health, from Genesee Health has been scheduled. So provided that goes swimmingly, we certainly believe we can open the beanery before the end of the month. We may have a soft launch to that, provided the president approves of that prior to that. But show you some pictures of what is about to come online. Here's the main cabin. It's really been decked out very nice. Salad bar, healthy offerings in too fast. Salad bar, healthy offerings, you know, in addition to the coffee and pastries. And now you're slow. That's what's next. And and the sitting area adjacent to the main area where the students and faculty, staff, or anybody, all of you can enjoy your food. So, also, I believe there was a question about the umbrellas.
Well, no, I don't think it's a question, but just wanted to give you a update on some campus improvement. Excuse me, that this was actually Shonda's idea. She saw that and thought that there were some missing umbrellas. And so we went and got those, and I get to look at it every day from my office. I can see that's a perfect view sightline too from where I sit, but it is being used. I think it's a nice addition, and it was relatively low cost, and they've held up very well, remarkably well, and they're being used. So just wanted to share that with you.
That's our report. Take any questions for you.
Any questions, trustees? Seeing none, the next item.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Soliski will provide the medical legal death investigative training update, as well as a criminal justice career fair update and the MEDC strategic initiative grant initiative, strategic investment grant initiative. Thank you, Mike.
Yes, thank you. And hello all again. And if I might, Mr. Chair, Madam President, I didn't have somebody in my ear quick enough, but just an update for the electric line worker pre-apprentice program. It is 21 weeks.
21 weeks,
Yep.
wow.
All right, just a quick update on the medical legal death investigator program. We hosted a meeting in mid-September with partners identified by Dr. Bush. And those included, of course, Dr. Bush, representatives from U of M Health Sparrow, Michigan Commission on Law Enforcement Standards, or MCOLS, U of M Flint College of Health Sciences, and the Genesee County Medical Examiner, and of course MCC staff. We discussed program and curriculum content, some of the hiring requirements in Michigan, labor market needs, and preferred skills and requirements. And our next steps will be to review other programs that were recommended during the meeting in other states, and have follow-up discussions with the MCOLS representatives. Any questions on that?
Any questions, trustees? So when do you think it will be up and running for that program?
That I do not have an answer for. We still have some more investigation to see what other curriculums
I
are
thought
out there.
Jason was working on this originally with you guys.
I believe he started out with it, but I think perhaps Mr. Matthews and Mr. Wilson might be working on it jointly. I'm not sure.
Save.
Not sure.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. All right, and next slide, please, Brian. Oh, never mind, you got it. The career fair went very well yesterday. We had the Criminal Justice Career Fair over at the Bellinger Field House last night from 3 to 6, and luckily it was finished up and emptied out before the power outage, so that was a success. This is the first one we've had in several years. It was an in-person criminal justice fair. We had about 50 employers and about a dozen colleges and universities in attendance. And in advance of the career fair, we did, through student employment, hosted several resume and interviewing skills workshops in advance to prepare the students so they were ready to be on their A game. Many of the vendors there, or the employers, were distributing information. Some were actually performing on-site interviews. And overall, the fair was very successful, and all of the employers were excited to do it again next year. Any questions? All right.
I attended, it was nice.
Yes. All right, and finally, the part of the Michigan Economic Development Corporation's efforts to address key talent challenges include this strategic investment grant initiative. Thank you, Brian. MCC submitted an application and has been awarded in 2 categories for microelectronics and semiconductor technology. The first award is for curriculum development for a technician academy, which was awarded $999,808. The technician academy being proposed at MCC will engage learners age 18 and up, and it is a quick start training format. The second award is for the pre-K through 12th grade engagement, and what we are proposing is a youth academy. That one was awarded $368,000. The Youth Academy proposed would engage high school students, grades 9 through 12 in after-school programming, or a 2-week summer academy. All in total, MEDC awarded us $1.368 million. So we're very excited.
Trustees, do you have questions? Is that for clean room?
Pardon me?
Is that the Macomb Community College clean room on the left?
I actually don't know. It was just a web find I put in.
We're going to build a clean room then for?
I believe this would be for curriculum development, so I don't think anything has been decided. It would just be for developing and seeing what the regional employers are in need of so that we can meet the needs.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you. And next, Rod Whitney, provide us with an update on a special project resulting in cost avoidance.
Chair, Board, President. Next slide, please. So in the spring, I asked our grounds and custodial managers to assist with watching weather patterns and to keep the sprinkler systems off, if possible, without letting the lawn turn brown. We did this manually. And in doing so, compared to last year, we had a $50,000 water savings for the campus in doing that. And I want to thank them for that because it does take the entire lawn crew to participate in that, since there are a number of different sprinkler tie-ins on our water main. So they will have to go and check that and manually adjust. Additionally, we had an outside contractor referred to as Synergistics that was needed at the time. This was maybe 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago. I met with our maintenance manager and with our maintenance staff and asked if they would be willing to bring that program in-house. In doing so, they also have more responsibility. As an example tonight, they are monitoring this building. We have an individual monitoring this building, knowing what the temperature is in here, so that if I get any complaints, I can quickly call them and get an adjustment. Or last night with the power that went out, we needed to bring in 4 individuals to help us shut down all of these buildings prior to the power coming back on. Then once Consumers Power got the power back on, we have to bring every single building up and back online. So as part of bringing that program in-house, it saves the college about $60,000 annually. And this is our first year in doing that. As well, we have electric and gas rebates. Now, some of these you'll see there through the years come as we update our boilers and chillers in different buildings. So you'll see some big rebates with that. Additionally, we also get rebates with every light we replace here from a fluorescent to an LED. And we do have a program that we are implementing in-house to address that, as well as doing all the exterior lights. So Consumers Power is currently still offering these rebates. It's an annual thing now they are checking on, so we are trying to address as many of these as we can while the rebates are still available. We just met with them. They did reassure us there will be rebates again next year for that process. Any questions?
Trustees, any questions? Thank you.
Trustee Everman, a question.
Trustee Daly.
In your fluorescent lights, how do you make the decision whether you're going to change the tube or not? Do you?
That's a great question. So it's something that we've been debating in-house. So it's cheaper to just change the tubes out and disconnect the inside of the light, but you only get about a 43% savings on doing that, as well as about 25,000 lumen hours out of that versus changing the fixture. So at this point, we're looking at changing over and doing whole fixtures versus bulbs, as well as there is a new code that will be coming in maybe the next 2 or 3 years that will not allow you to just change the tube. So they'll want you to change the whole fixture. So we're trying to stay ahead of that, but that's a great question.
Any other questions? Thank you, Rod.
Thanks, Rod. And Larry, has the mailroom update?
All right, yeah. I was asked to provide a mailroom maintenance update on their equipment. So we have 2 pieces of equipment in the mailroom that we use quite a bit. One was the envelope folder, and the other one's the envelope folder and sealer, and the other one is the envelope stuffer. We do have service contracts on both of those pieces of equipment. After what happened with the issue that we had back in March of 23, I asked to have a preventive maintenance program put in place on the envelope sealer. That was instituted. The first one was done September 2023, and then on January 2024, it was done again. As much as I'm rethinking it now because we had a service problem in February, and then we had a service problem again in March after our preventive maintenance was done. So the service contract does work in that they are there very quickly within a day or the next day to fix that. So, and the reason we went from September 2023 to 2024 was, or January was, the bulk, a large bulk of our mailings are all tax related with all W-2s, 1095Cs, all the tax forms. So we wanted to institute that in January. So we will do it again the next January. But again, based on what happened this past January, I'm not so sure what benefit it really provides us. So that's the update on that.
Thank you.
Next, we have Dale Whalehill with an update on the radio show and a grant award summary.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Chair, trustees. The first item is the radio show. Not sure how many of you know that Mott does have a radio show, but it's on a station, AM station, WFLT, which is located here in the city of Flint, over on Averill, east side of the city. The backstory is that there was a woman named Betty Hendricks, and for many years she hosted a show called African American Inspiration. The college, through my office, as part of our promotion of what we do at Mott, was a funder or a sponsor of that show, but Betty ran it. And she passed away, sadly and suddenly, in the summer of 2022. And WFLT, given our connection to the show and support for it, approached the college, and Dr. Beverly at that time agreed to take on the show as our own and be the host of it for most of the programs. So she did that for 2 years. Obviously, Dr. Beverly is no longer at the college. As she was exiting, she asked if I would take over the show. I did it in the month of June, July, maybe a little bit into August. And then knowing that I was a temporary host and we shifted it more recently for the past 3 shows to a gentleman named Tom Sumner. I'm guessing many of you, if not all of you, know of Tom. He was a radio host for a lot of years, also a nonprofit executive at one point, but had different shows in different locations, sometimes at the White Horse doing political programming, and other times at Kettering in their basement, and he was also at out on Bristol Road for a while. So Tom was brought on, and he is now recording, and we've changed the name from Community Spotlight at MCC to Open Door at MCC with Tom Sumner. And so he's got a half-hour program and just completed his third show this last Saturday. So you can listen to it at 10 in the morning every Saturday on WFLT. Any questions on that?
Any questions, trustees?
All right.
Do we have the broadband to put it on our website?
It is on the website, yeah. So we have archived shows, I think every one that Dr. Beverly did, and then we've been adding shows since she left, so the 4 that I did, and then the 3 that Tom has done are posted.
Thank you.
As soon as they're done, you're welcome. Do we have thank you, Jordan. Queued it up. All right. So August of 2024, these are the grants that were awarded. There are 3 total. The departments you can see down the left-hand side. I'll go the top row across from left to right. The department is academics that will be monitoring and implementing this particular grant. It's MMC stands for Mott Middle College, so it's the Mott Middle College Replication Grant. I think you all know that we have a long history at this college of having a successful middle college. We were at the forefront of that movement in the 1980s. And this grant has been with us for several years through the C.S. Mott Foundation that allows us to serve as a repository, as a center for other communities, other community colleges that want to start middle colleges. And so the person that's been administering this is Margaret Green. She was Mott Middle College principal until I think a couple years ago, and she now works under Jason's area. And so this was a renewal. It's the last year that it's going to be renewed based on what we know from Charles Stewart Mott Foundation. So to Dr. Daly's question from the Finance Committee a couple months ago about sustainability, Margaret is working, as I understand it, with her EC member, Jason, and they will both be working with the grants area, which is under me, to come up with a sustainability plan, assuming the college wants to continue with that project. The next line is a workforce grant, so WFD is Workforce and Economic Development. Adult Education, Section 107, this is through the state of Michigan, Labor and Economic Opportunity Department, $487,471. Should mention that the CS Mod obviously is $250,000. This 487 is split into 4 different years. So divide that by 4, and it's that amount every year. It's a 4-year grant. And this is a potpourri of adult education programs that you can see. So adult basic education, adult secondary, ESL programming, high school equivalency programming. This is all under AVP Robert Matthews area. And then in terms of sustainability, this is a grant that we've been getting for 15 years. And I am told by the people that have the relationship with the funder, which is Robert's area under workforce, that they expect it to continue. And then the last one is what we call C-Campus. It stands for Child Care Access, means parents in school. It's a federal grant from the U.S. Department of Education. This is the grant that allows many of our student parents to pay for their little ones to be in our early childhood learning center, which is part of the Crowdy building. So you know that the purpose of that entire building is to provide personal supports to students so they don't have to leave school, so they can be retained with us once they're here. Early childhood is a big piece of that. We were about to apply for a renewal, but it was renewed automatically at that $171,000 level. So there was no application this year. It was extended. I'll just say, I don't think it's in the write-up, but this is a grant that I worked on when I first took on this role 9 years ago, and it is, it's changing the lives of our student parents and their little ones, because if a student parent can get high-quality childcare close to where they're earning their associate's degree or a certificate, they're much more likely to stay in school and be retained. There's something like an 80% retention rate for students that can access C-Campus and get their little ones into this program. So we've been funded for 11 years straight with this. It was renewed, as I said, without a proposal, but we are gearing up through the grants team and Valerie Rieger, who is the director of the ECLC, Early Childhood Learning Center, to submit a full proposal once this $171,000 expires. So August totals, just over $908,000 in 3 grants that were awarded. Happy to take questions.
Trustees, are there any questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. And now Chief Zekman will provide us an update on the patrol cars that are in order and the annual security report.
Good evening. I'm Jamie Zeckman. I'm the Executive Director, Chief of Public Safety here at Mott. For an update for the 2 Ford hybrids that we ordered, we were notified by Ford that the original September arrival date was being pushed back. The 2 Ford Explorers are currently scheduled to be built in October with a November arrival date. Graphics and upfitting will be scheduled once the vehicles arrive on campus.
What year? Just want to be sure.
Yeah, we're hopeful. So
Okay.
that's the current update. Next, I was asked to present on the 2024 annual security report and talk a little bit about what's required in the report and the Clery Act and to provide our Clery reportable crime stats. So first off, the purpose of this is to provide an overview of the 2024 annual security report, and in law enforcement we just call it an ASR, and explain MCC's compliance with the Clery Act. The 2024 ASR is required under the Federal Clery Act, and this report provides crucial data on campus security and crime statistics. And it's important to point out that ensuring compliance with the Clery Act demonstrates our commitment to campus safety. Next slide. So what is the Clery Act? The Clery Act is the Jean Clery Disclosure of Campus Security Policy and Campus Crime Statistics Act. And it was enacted in 1990 after the 1986 murder of Jean Clery at Lehigh University. It requires colleges and universities to report campus crime data and maintain a safe environment. And it applies to all institutions that receive federal funding. Next slide. The ASR must be published by October 1st each year, and it contains crime statistics and safety policies. It requires us to issue timely warnings where institutions must alert the campus community of ongoing or imminent threats, and it also requires us to issue emergency notifications. We must inform the campus about significant emergencies or dangerous situations, so that's when you get a text message from our Rave Alert system or an email goes out to the campus community. It also requires us, the Clery Act requires us to report crime statistics, and that's a disclosure of crime data for previous 3 years. So the 2024 ASR contains Clery reportable crime data from 21, 22, and 23. And the Clery Act also requires us to keep a daily crime log, which must be accessible to the public. We have a hard copy at the Department of Public Safety, and we also update our crime data on our website. Next slide. So Clery Act continued. Campus security authorities, we're required to train campus security authorities, and those are simply designated staff that report crimes to our Clery coordinator, who is Sergeant John Fontana for the Department of Public Safety here on campus. And they report the crime data to John, and then he takes that into account when he's totaling all of our crime data each year. And as of January 25th of 2024, it's important to point out that the maximum fine for violating the Clery Act is $69,733 per violation. So it's very important that we stay current with our training and that we do as much as possible to stay on top of what's required for the ever-changing Department of Education and Clery Act. Next slide. Here are some of the Clery reportable crimes that are required in the ASR. It includes criminal offenses that are all listed right there, starting at the top with murder, non-negligent manslaughter, manslaughter by negligence, sex offenses,
robbery, aggravated assault, arson, burglary, motor vehicle theft. We're also required to report hate crimes, and that is for any of the above offenses that I just read off, plus larceny, theft, simple assault, intimidation, or destruction, damage, vandalism of property motivated by bias. It also requires us to track VAWA offenses, the Violence Against Women Act, like stalking, domestic violence, and dating violence, and also requires us to track arrests and referrals. So liquor law violations, arrest citations, drug law arrests, and so forth. Next slide. So the key components of the 2024 annual security report for 21, 22, and 23. These crimes occurred within our Cleary geography. In 2021, we had 1 burglary on main campus reported and 1 liquor law arrest located at Lapeer Extension site. In 2022, we only had 1 weapon law arrest and 1 stalking. And then in 2023, we had 1 arson on main campus that was reported to the police. Next slide. Also in the 2024 ASR, we talk about our safety initiatives and the improvements that we implemented in 2024, enhancing access control, enhancing our PA systems, adding more cameras, critical incident mapping, our DPS training, our clear offenses added to the report management system. We added tracking in our system for Cleary specifically, so that's been very helpful. And then we also have updates on campus crime prevention programs. We hosted an emergency preparedness day on September 18th. We began a new rape aggression defense program in our department. And we also continue to have campus personal safety escort program, a whistle alert program, vehicle assistance and safety presentations, and then trainings for our faculty, staff, and students. Next slide. And that's it. Are there any questions?
Trustees, are there any questions?
I have a question. Does the Cleary report include the Mott Middle College as well?
It includes any offenses that occur on our Cleary reportable geography. So if it happens on our campus, it's our stat.
So on campus property in the Mott Memorial Building, the students that were jumping up and down in the elevator that dislodged it, is that included in the report?
That would not be considered a Cleary reportable crime.
And it said on campus property, so that's on campus property, but that's not included.
No, because it doesn't fall under the one slide that I had up with criminal offenses where we talked about murder, arson, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary. But
And
anything like that would
on the
probably,
key components of the 2024 ASR, and we have the crime statistics.
Mhm.
And so for on-campus property, with the issues that we have in the Mott Memorial Building, they're not showing up on our Cleary report?
correct. Well, that type of crime would not be on the Cleary crime report. That's correct.
Okay. And the report with the vandalism and problems that we have there, where does that report go?
That would be reported in our report management system. That would fall under our uniform crime report. That's different than Cleary crime reports. Michigan incident crime reporting would be vandalism. There's different definitions. Cleary is different than the UCR.
So has that report ever been given to the board so we have a fuller understanding of the other issues that are not in the Cleary report? Such as the elevator that was destroyed?
I've been here 15 months and I've never given you UCR data. Mm-mm.
Okay. Do you go to the Cleary report meetings? Do you attend them with the other officers?
In the past I have. Lately I've been in leading Mott Strong courses on Tuesdays when those courses take place.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
My pleasure. Anything
Any
else?
questions at all? Further questions? Thank you for that report.
Thank you, Chief Zeckman. And now Randy will provide an update on our IT security.
Good evening again, Chair, Madam President, the rest of the board. My name is Randy Chappell again. I'm the acting chief for technology for Mott Community College, and I've been asked to give a report on some security-related items. And part of the ask was to talk a little bit about some of the things geographically which have occurred in the area. So not just obviously what we're doing, but also talking about geographically some very prominent events that have happened over recent weeks here. So if we would go to the next slide, if you would. So the first one up is we have two that I'll be discussing. One is the city of Flint. It would happen in August 2024. The initial notification was August 15th. They experienced what was commonly referred to as a ransomware attack. If you would go to the next slide, if you would. So ransomware attacks are typically, Jordan, if you would. Thanks. So what is a ransomware attack? This is a type of attack where, we'll just use the term hacker, or somebody who's externally attacking the college or some other organization is sending some sort of embedded or some sort of link or some sort of executable, or coming in and executing this type of thing, some type of application, which essentially its main mission is to do a couple different things. A lot of times when it's going through these things, it's going to extrapolate the data. It's going to bring it out of the institution or the organization. It's going to want to make copies of that data. It's a very common type of byproduct of a ransomware, but it's not technically what the ransomware is really about. That's a byproduct. That's a more relatively new. If you look at the span of ransomwares, type of new is relative. It's been doing it for a while now. But they take that data, they pull it out, and that's the idea behind that. Is they have two components. So they have a copy of your data, right? That's really what they want to go for. The other piece is they execute a series of scripts and activities and programs which go through and encrypt all your hard drives. They come through all your servers, all your PCs. Their goal is to basically take you down so you're completely non-functional. Okay, because that's where the idea of a ransom comes in. They move you to a state where you're not able to do your work, or you can't activity, you can't access your data, and that encrypted method is something that's commonly done. So what happens is they not only go after the data that would be running on the servers or the laptops or whatever devices the institution may have, but they actually go in and they attack the backups. That's a really common activity. They actually go in and encrypt those too, because essentially that's not only your active data, what's currently going on, but you're attacking also the stored data that you have, right? And because that's really what you want to do if you're kind of doing that sort of attack. And then they come through and they kind of do this very quickly. They try to do some of the encryption behind scenes kind of quietly, and then they do the common stuff that is system impacting all at the end, and boom, they issue a ransom. And what they come across is they say, it's kind of along the lines of, if you want your data back, we're going to pay you. You're going to pay us, right? So, and that's the type of attack, it's commonly referred to as a ransomware, because that's what they're doing. They're holding your data for ransom, right? That's what they're doing through that sort of event. And so as an organization, what happens is not only is the primary data, the data that's in flight, the stuff that's on the servers or on the laptops or the computers they're encrypted, but also the backups, and that's a key for that type of attack. What happens then? They go through a series of if they're able to do all that, they're able to extricate like a ransom from you, and you have to pay that, and those types of things as you go through that. This is a very common sort of attack. This is ridiculously common as far as this is concerned. This is happening thousands of times a year to institutions and organizations. It used to just be slated to some, maybe more obscure businesses or individuals and when that number I gave you, thousands, that doesn't include the individuals. They don't just go after schools and businesses and all these different organizations. They go after individuals. And what do they want from you? They'll take your photos. They'll do all those things that you hold precious, right? These are not good people, right? This is what they're doing. Right? They're trying to take something from you and restrict it and make you have to pay to go do these things. So when it happens to like a city, like the city of Flint is, they do the same thing. They kind of come in, they do that, they make a copy of that data, because then they hold that data and they're like, hey, listen, if you want this back, or we're gonna release this, it's an extra layer of leverage they have on you. So not only is your data not accessible to you, they're saying they have a copy they're gonna give away to other people, right? So it's a double leverage. It isn't just a single leverage. They're saying, oh, now we have a copy and we're gonna give it to somebody else, which is obviously no organization or no individual wants, right, as far as this goes through. So this is the world we live in, I guess. I'm not really sure how else to say it, right? This is something we contend with, and we continue, and I'll talk a little bit about the things we do to help protect us as we've kind of moved forward on this as we go through. But to kind of set it off, I wanted to kind of set the stage for ransomware. And I'm familiar with this. I understand concepts, and I'll answer questions as best as I can through this. So if you have some, throw it at me, and I'll do my best to answer it. But these are real and happening all the time, every day, tens of times, not hundreds of times. So if you go to the next slide, if you would, for me, Jordan. There's an update for August. So the city of these typically will keep an institution or organization down for a series of weeks, as they rebuild. And that can be longer and shorter depending on what the institution resource has available to them. So in this particular case, we looked at the city of Flint, 11 days. That's, essentially where they were out services and major impact of services, right? And so that's, that's not, it's hard to gauge because every organization is a little different, but that sounds about right. So next slide, if you would. McLaren Healthcare, you guys probably heard about this one too. This was a big one, also happened in August. This happened August 7th was the first day, and they haven't released officially what type of attack it was. The Lansing State Journal did some investigation, and they talk about these things. These are hard things to talk about for these organizations, and there's the whole legal side, but there's also the frustration side as they're trying to protect data and hold that faith of for people coming to use their services. And so it's not uncommon for them to be a little bit, not super detail oriented in everything they're going, but telling people what they need to know. Like, what do you need to worry about as an individual? Sometimes it's really common. You may see things like, I would be surprised if not every single one of you have received some kind of option to have, basically a credit monitoring. I know, this is just, I think I got 2 in the last year, right? And this is just, again, from different services that have gotten attacked, and they have the data release, and they're able to use that, and it's what we can do to help monitor and protect ourselves as individuals after those types of events, right? So McLaren went through a similar one, and again, this is the same type of attack from what we understand. So next slide. Okay, so now we're going to take a step back. We're going to think about security and what it really is. What I can tell you, okay, is I can never, with all the resources and everything you can do, make us secure. Okay, it's always just a matter of managing risk. Okay, I wish I could. Trust me, my sleeping pattern would be so much better if I could just magically make us all safe all the time, right, from our institution. I wish I could do that. Now, it doesn't mean we don't do anything. That's not the case at all. We do all kinds of things, and I'll talk about some of the things that we do. But I need to set the stage for you, because I don't ever want to come back here and talk about a security incident. I don't. But the reality is the institution's going to work hard to avoid that. But this is happening every day. You saw the names up there. McLaren, I don't have McLaren's resource. We don't have the type of money they spend on security, and we're not going to reasonably have that for these organizations. Huge health systems have gotten, Ascension, I think, was earlier this year too. They brought their needs. They're a massive organization, right? It doesn't matter how much you're spending necessarily. It's not going to keep you safe all the time, but there are things you can do to help with that. And it's my goal is in our department to do all the technical things that we can do. But the reality is it isn't just what we do. The institution has to care, and that's why one of the things we do is training for our constituents, for our employees. We give them tools to help so they can help secure us, because the reality is the technical is only going to go so far. There's all the soft skills, all the things that individuals interact with. Phishing is a super common thing that you see. Again, I don't think there's anybody in this room, anybody who's listening to this or anywhere that hasn't received a phishing. And that's not spam. That's not, hey, buy my, baby wipes because they're awesome. This is, and you don't have a baby, but they're trying to get you to, hey, listen, click on this link because your pictures are in danger and you need to reset your password, right? Or whatever it is. And what they're doing with that information is they're trying to obtain your passwords. They're trying to obtain information to act on as you to infiltrate the systems. And it's just some of those things that we kind of balance with, and we have to train our individuals because we have good tools. We do. We have things that help on a technical level protect us. But there's nothing that's going to beat our employees thinking, well, who is this? Why would they send this to me? They have to be, take that stance. And I'm sorry they have to, and I wish I could do more, but it is something I have to ask them all to do, and it's something I would ask all you guys to do, and I would ask you to do it, even if you're not using our systems, because you have to do that. If you're not questioning when you receive an email, and if there's and I'm not just talking deals, I'm saying, hey, listen, you need to update your password, or the urgency behind that. I'm giving you a 2-minute long security session. This is, of the 40-minute ones we send out to our employees, and we work through them and, go through that. This is what the types of things we try to instill on our employees. So a lot of what we do is try to manage risk, and we will continue to try to manage that risk, and we will absolutely continue to work toward making our institution as secure as we can get, as close as we can get. And in addition to that, honestly, this is an unfortunate reality, is you want to outrun the next one person, right? We want to be more and more, harder to get into than any other institution or any organizations. We continue to move through that, right? And we continue to make that. So we balance risk, and so it's usability and security, and you can see our seesaw up there. So if you go to the next slide, if you would, Jordan. All right, so what types of things? John asked kind of specifically about patching, for instance, and this is one of those things that are on that list right here. So, change some of the things we've done is over the years, change procedures, methodologies to file storage. This is a little complicated. I'm not going to go into a lot of sense here, but if you've worked in an organization over the years, you had your Windows and you had your drive letter, and you're like, oh, I store everything on the network, and that stores it all into a single location, right? And that makes it a very that's a target, right? That becomes very, very rich, target rich, but we still have to store files. So we've changed our approach on that. And it was one of the massive things that we did. And we moved away from very centralized storage here on the campus. We moved it over to cloud-based storage through Google. And it does take more effort and more work for people. We try to balance and make life easy for our employees, but and students. But the reality is that sometimes maybe the tools we use are a little more challenging. I don't want to say challenging, but they're different. And we do that as an example of to not store all our data in one place. And if you think about that, what I talked about before about that ransom, they get in, they pull that data, they want that data, and then they encrypt that data. If it's not all in one place, if it's distributed and harder to get to for them, that makes it that much harder, right? That's an example of something that we're doing. This is a little bit toward John's specific question about securing baseline for desktops and servers. These are the things that we do for patching, and we can bring those up to date. So those are all those initial settings, and then in addition to that is a patch schedule, which is an aggressive one. So we're patching servers at a cadence which it release. Now, you might remember another thing that just made the news, CrowdSource. They just released something, and that's an example of like when you patch too quickly, you lose your systems, right? That's exactly what happened. It wasn't it was security software that had a release of their software that basically bricked their systems and they couldn't get into them themselves. So it's like one of those things where you balance, you want to keep up to date as much as possible, but also you don't want to be the first, right? So you balance that, right? And I hate to say it any other way, but that's just the reality of the situation. And that wasn't the first. There's been others over the years that have been very similar to that, and the college went back and 2012 or so like that with McAfee. We've engaged a next generation firewall from Fortinet. That's something we've deployed. The Carbon Black, this is that advanced security virus security software I mentioned earlier. So we use one called Carbon Black EDR, endpoint detection response. It's next generation virus detection. And again, the key there is it goes beyond just looking for a virus. It looks for the patterns that things that viruses do, right? So they grab your files, they encrypt your files, they do those things. It looks for those patterns. Because if you just look for the source all the time, you're gonna miss it. If you're looking for what they wanna do, you're gonna catch that. Or hopefully catch it, that's what that is about. The multi-factor authentication, this is something that this is not just having a password that you would know in your head, but something you have. So our students, faculty, and staff who access our systems are required to have both those things. They have to know a password, and they have to have a phone with an application and authentication, or a fob, and I don't have one with me here today. It's a little device that reads and has a number on the screen. And with those, so that way if an attacker has the password, is able to get that from you, guess what? They still can't get into our systems because we've protected it, and you need that other piece as well. Now, it's a great and effective tool, but I want to be clear here, it is not foolproof. And this is something we continually battle, right? Because we have people learn and do things, we bring these services in, but it's the services all together, right? It's the layered onion approach. You just don't have one thing you do to protect yourself. If we did, we'd just have a firewall and we'd be done, right? We have to continually, and we have to have these different layers. And so multi-factor authentication is one of the things we do. It's extremely effective for known passwords, but it's not the only thing we need to do. We require yearly security awareness training. October is actually Cybersecurity Month, so this is fitting. So we actually have that. It's something we go through. We give weekly type of little hints this week, and then we actually kick off our yearly security training, which will occur later this month. So they have a few weeks to complete that training, usually 4 or 5 weeks. We try to avoid Thanksgiving. So that goes on. Some other things we do, we allow listing for applications. You come to the campus, you want to run an application. You can't. We block applications from anybody just running anything they want on our machines and our things, right? It has to be an allowed application. Some other things we do, off-site backups. You might remember that story, that ransomware story we were talking about earlier, where backups. Well, what you do, one of the major things you can do to help defend against that is you don't store all your data in one place. You move it to an immutable layer, which essentially is an unchangeable copy. So it helps protect that data, so that way we can always get to it if we need to. It's stored by a third party. It's not on the college's campus. Let me be clear, we keep a copy here. We have servers, we have backups, we do that. But in addition to doing our layer backup, we do a secondary layer, we move it off-site. And that's kept, and it's not something that's accessible, and it can be, in the event that we experience that and that we're encrypted our backups, we would still be able to get to those backups, if that makes sense. It takes longer, but we would be able to recover from that type of situation. This one doesn't seem as, all that interesting, but it's really great. And for anybody who hasn't used one or learned to use a password manager, I encourage you to do that. We are asked to keep track of hundreds of passwords, right? And I literally have hundreds of passwords. I don't remember them all. And the trick is, you do not, and I will encourage you all, please do not make them all the same. Because I guarantee you, one of the services that you're using is gotten infiltrated, and they have that password. And so these are the types of things you kind of weigh on you. And so a password manager allows you to have multiple passwords, one for each individual service to use. And this is the type of thing that we do for our users. We have it available. The one we use is called Dashlane. There is a numerous one that's available. I would absolutely encourage you to do those. Last but not least on my list here, I have one called Arctic Wolf Security Operations Center. And this one's kind of, I'm gonna say nebulous. It's a service we subscribe to. It's basically, we're not big enough to hold our own 24-hour SOC, right, which would be a security operations center. We don't have the manpower, we don't have the resources. So what we do is we subscribe to someone else who has those centrally, and they're shared, right? And so Arctic Wolf is one of the major ones in the world, actually, and we use them, and they basically help us. We take all our logs, all the things that our systems are doing, we ship it off to them in real time, we kind of send it over to them, and they correlate that data. They look for that same type of patterns I was talking about before, but at a different level. And so what happens is if they see something, they're able to inform us, let us know, and so soon they will actually be able to take direct action, and that's something we're working toward over the next few months. So, I think if you look at this, and one of the things I did up there is I made regular text and I made some italicized. So if you want to look, things that are just in regular text, those are things that cost the college money. These are resources we have to pay for. But the things that are italicized are things that are things that we ask our users to do, or change in methodologies that we do that don't technically cost, but they're changes and improvements that we make. I guess technically security training we have to pay for, but everyone has to take it. So that gives you an idea. So I said a whole bunch, and it's really late, and I'm really sorry for I was last on this list. I thank you for not nodding off, because I taught classes, and I've had people nod off when they listen to Randy before, so I apologize for that, and maybe there's some people at home on their couch who are sleeping right now. But is there any questions I can answer for you?
Trustees, do you have any questions? I have one.
Yes.
Where's our hacker?
I don't know that specifically. I do know there's, we can do a closed session and talk more specifically about some of those things, but there was a group that was associated with the hack that happened here. It was a group, it was not an individual. They're typically active in groups and associated organizations. A lot of time, sometimes they come out of non-extradition countries. That's usually the common thing for coming to the US, and that's what they do to each other. They don't want to be reachable from us. From our law system, because if they're state-bound, there's a very good chance they would be able to be tracked down and be prosecuted.
Like the Barbary pirates.
Yes, exactly.
And like Thomas Jefferson did, hunt them down.
Yeah. It's the things are. I don't know. I like to think things are improving, but it's a cat and mouse game. They're gonna improve their methods too. So.
Thank you very much, Randy.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Madam
Randy.
President, are there any other reports that you need to give us?
No, that is the last one. Thank you. Thanks to the entire executive cabinet, Mike.
Good job, people.
Thank you. And Dale, thanks.
Miscellaneous board-generated ideas. There's an idea to plant one oak tree a year for the next 100 years. Here is a copy of the resolution for you guys. Please pass those that way. Resolution to establish the Mott Community College Centennial Oak Tree Tradition. Whereas over the past 100 years, Mott Community College has been a leader in community service and developing initiatives for the future benefit of its students and the community at large. Whereas tree planting helps to create a sustainable future and a healthy environment and a welcoming campus. Whereas in its original days, Mott Community College was known as the Flint Junior College, located on the Oak Grove campus. Whereas the annual planting of a oak tree on campus will link the rich community service tradition of the college's first century with the sustainable aspirations of the next. Whereas, be it resolved, that the Charles Stewart Mott Community College Board of Trustees hereby establishes a centennial oak tree tradition by directing that a young oak tree be planted in an appropriate place on the campus each fall as a bridge to our bicentennial at the cost this year not to exceed $200. The Facility Service Operations Department of MCC, or otherwise as may be directed by the President, is hereby directed to purchase and plant and maintain the tree. At the directions of the President, a public tree planting ceremony shall accompany the tradition each year, with this year's celebration to take place at a date and time to be determined. I would entertain a motion to do this.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? Yes, Trustee Reyes.
Since we are deep into October, is fall the best time to?
Yes, there is actually an International Tree Planting Day that would have taken place on the 28th of September. But fall is a very good time to plant a tree.
Have we
because
missed
the trees aren't trying to put all their energy into the leaves. They're working on their roots.
Okay.
And it goes with our date of the 25th. I believe it's September 25th is our actual anniversary date. So it works well. Are there any other comments?
where are these gonna go?
So as we look at our campus today, we have a lot of trees. We also have some space. But over the next 100 years, many of the trees that we see today will be dead. So there will be an opportunity to continually to plant and replace the trees that have passed away.
Okay.
All those in favor, do we want a roll call vote for this? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Then other board-generated idea was creation of an energy savings account. And please pass those down. Creation of an energy savings account to retain energy rebates. In connection with the renovation bond work on campus, fluorescent lights were changed over to LED through a consumer's energy program that has resulted in and will continue to result in certain rebate income for MCC. In the past, the income has been placed in the general fund. It is proposed that such rebate income from Consumers Energy Program and any other similar program, be set aside in a separate energy savings account, which shall be earmarked for future energy reduction and or efficiency efforts, including, but not necessarily limited to, the installation of fuel cell, thermal heat, solar energy, and other means by which the cost of energy could be reduced for the operation of MCC. This would be effective beginning in the year 2023. Be it resolved that the Charles Stewart Mott Community College create an energy savings account that would be funded with energy rebates and other similar rebate income beginning in 2023 for the future purchase of and/or installation of means that would reduce the cost of energy for the operation of MCC, including but not limited to the installation of fuel cell, thermal heat, solar energy, and other cost-reducing measures. I would entertain a motion to move this forward.
Is-
Mr. Chair.
Yes,
I have a question.
I
you
do too.
motioned, and Wendy, do you have
This
this?
says it's beginning in the year of 2023.
Because we can go back to 2023 for the revenue that we have generated from that time. Okay, are there any other questions?
Yes.
Yes,
Has this been reviewed by staff to look at, like, particularly from the financial perspective, can we even do this?
yes, we did discuss this. Larry was in the room, and Rod, wherever Rod is, Rod was in the room, and we had a discussion about this.
Is this okay with you?
Yes, we can create a separate account.
I know you can. I'm asking if this is okay with you. But what are there's always
Yes.
good and bad, so what's the bad on this one?
It could serve, depending upon it would earmark these funds specifically for the energy savings initiatives spend going forward. In the event that that was cash that was needed to carry on operations, for example, that would be the only downside risk. But in that case, we could come to the board and request approval to use those funds. So it sets the funding aside so that it creates a pool, if you will, to use for additional energy initiatives going forward. It is truly a board initiative. From our perspective, we use a commingled general fund account, and separating the cash it's really six one way, half dozen the other. It doesn't necessarily need to be set aside, and we can track those energy savings, just as we did, and Rod showed the schedule of how much we have saved. The cash doesn't necessarily need to be set aside into a special separate account, but it can be. This is it.
So the administration has looked at this and doesn't see a problem with this. That's what I'm asking, because.
It isn't a problem. It can be done if that's what the board would like.
Okay.
Art, did you have a question?
Yeah,
this energy savings account, is that the first money that goes towards it and then general fund supplements that? Because,
No, the money comes from, like, Consumers Energy, I think it was
no, I
Rod.
understand where the rebates come from, but say in 2023, we had whatever the number was, $5,000 for sake of argument. And as we move forward, a program costs $10,000, and we don't have that money in the savings account. So is it supplemented by the general?
For the projects
general-
that we might want to do.
Yes.
Yes, it
Yeah,
would
and we
need
could
to be.
also use bond money if that was available.
Well, it would have to be supplemented from any other, whatever other sources we chose to use, whether it be
Right.
bond funds or the general fund. Yes, it's, I guess it wouldn't prevent us from doing energy savings initiatives going forward if there wasn't enough monies in the account itself.
So what's the advantage?
We are creatively planning for our future, making sure that we have the seed money in case something should come up and we don't necessarily have the bond money at the time to do it. We would have this savings account to use for those creative ideas.
But if we got into those dire straits, this money would already have come to us to take back to the general.
Larry, did you need to come forward too?
So the first thing about the resolution is I think you need to define what 2023 is. Are you talking calendar 2023? Are we talking about fiscal year ended 2023? So we're gonna have to measure that and start and capture that. So that's the first thing. As far as the accounting for the funds, and we had this discussion, there are several board designated funds. This board set up a few years back. Student success was one, professional development was another. The only concern I had, and I shared it when we were talking, is that to continue to create additional funds becomes problematic, not problematic, I don't want to say it like that. It's just additional reconciliations and keeping track. So the monies that are going in the general fund currently, that's commingled, for sure, we have one bank account. Now, if we're talking about setting up another separate bank account for this, that's a whole nother thing. So that.
No, I don't think it was a separate bank account, but you're absolutely right. It is a whole nother separate account, but not a separate bank account, but it's a
Right.
separate line items essentially
it's
to
a-
track.
And
reconcile.
Honestly, I think, and a part of this too for me was when we talked about it, I hadn't really thought about it, everything gets put in, but I just didn't want to take it to the nth degree. We have sales of our equipment after a period of time. And some of it came from technology and some came from wherever, health sciences, and now those are gonna be set up as separate funds. So that's where I didn't want this to go. And I think just setting up another fund for this type of activity, it can be done. And the other thing was, when we talked, was we received a considerable amount of, when I first got here, it was a few years after, of asbestos abatement, asbestos monies that we received through this lawsuits that were going on. And we should have really set that money aside to do asbestos abatement, and we didn't. So there is some, targeted type of effort, if that's what we're looking to do, or you're looking to do with the board, to say we need to plan for this going forward. That makes sense to me. I just don't want it to get to a point of having 100 different little projects that go on. And so that's it.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I move we table this till October, the October meeting.
So we have a motion to table this.
Second.
We have a second. Roll call vote. Art?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
John?
Yes?
Wendy?
Yes.
And myself, yes. We'll table this, and if there's specific questions that you guys want further answered on this, feel free to submit them. I'm sorry, John, your microphone's off. Your microphone's off.
Get the 2023 straightened out. The language.
2023, we want that figured out. Okay. Okay. Next item on the agenda, we do not have a closed session this evening. We have no closed session for anything that we've heard about? Okay. Comments from the board? Trustee Brass? Trustee Couch? Trustee Daly?
Yes. I had a disturbing experience this Saturday that I went to get my mail, and I did pick up one of those cards that was sent out to everybody concerning it was a recommendation for election, and it contained, and I was really appalled by what was in that card. And I recognize in this country, the U.S. Constitution gives people the right, the First Amendment gives people the right to write what they will, and I fully support that. However, I will say to put out that type of document without any identification of who the author is or who is funding, I see as a significant act of cowardice. That's my opinion. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you very much. Wendy, do you have any comments? So there were some comments that were made by the audience this evening when they public comments. One of them was about the generous expense account that was given to our interim president. If one reads the contract and one compares the contract with the former president, no, we did not give her a generous expense account. And we didn't give her a social membership at a country club either, which the former president had. There's quite a few things that she didn't get in the amount of the former president. So once again, I've got that number. I think it's like up to 476 misinformed statements made by public comments. There's also a comment made about the requirement of education. As you'll remember, when we did our search for our interim president, our board attorney informed us that according to state law, that a minimum requirement was a bachelor's degree. And we also put on our publication that master's and PhD was preferred, unlike the general perception that was given by the individuals that are no longer here this evening. There's also comments that were made about closed session, that the board is having meetings behind closed doors. The people that are in this room are not the ones that were here earlier, but we don't have meetings that aren't properly posted. Jordan does it. It's reviewed by our board attorney, and they are put in place properly. The hide and seek of location of meetings. Sometimes we do have to go to different locations. Last night we were at the event center. Tonight we had to be here because there were other commitments that the college had made for the event center. The statement about hiring and firing at will, if we go back to the original interim's president's contract, she had no right to fire or hire at will. She had to bring everything before the board. Trustee Daly brought forward that we would change that and give her the full mantle of the college president's ability to do that job, which she now has. If anybody in the room, and I'm asking, or any trustee knows of anybody that she's fired, please speak up, because the board would like to know, and we don't have anybody that has been fired. There are numerous things that are continually done by the people that come in that are false, misleading, and have caused the college to lose its credibility in the community. I challenge anyone to point to board members myself or otherwise, on this board who have done anything that has hurt the college by destroying it. You can't find it because we didn't do it. Everything that's been done has been to move the college forward. With that, thank you very much for coming, and have a safe drive home.